Well, the Braves couldn't get it done on Wednesday, but for the second time, they try to go for win number 20 of the season here at Bourne Park. This time, the opponent is the Orleans Firebirds. Welcome into Before the Bravos, our Braves pregame show. Calvin Cristoforo, Nick Galley, clean shaven.
Yes.
Nick Galley with you as always. Nick, let's just first talk about the decisions that were made.
There was a lot of push and pull in my mind that was going on, and I got the haircut yesterday on the off day. I had driven back home, for a doctor's appointment, but ended up getting the haircut. Came out this morning. I said, I got the haircut. I'm looking like Abraham Lincoln a little bit on the sides here, real scruffy, a little bit of sideburn.
So the haircut came first.
Haircut did come first.
Okay.
Haircut was yesterday.
Yep.
This morning, I was looking at myself in the mirror, Calvin.
Yep.
And I was like, I got to do it. Took about 40 minutes. I didn't use an electric razor. I used a, prototypical standard. Took like 40 minutes, and by the end of it, the hair was gone. So here we are, clean shaved, new guy for a new win streak.
Well, it's as simple as that. The Braves did have their 8-game winning streak snapped on Wednesday against Falmouth, but a lot of good things happening tonight. It's a beautiful night for baseball. One of the most beautiful nights we've had.
This is
the best.
I'd say the best one we've had at home. I think.
Both claimed by Nick Galley, maybe the best conditions to play in all season. It's the first home Friday game of the season, which means you'll see the Braves in their Friday red uniforms, a league-wide thing the Cape Cod League does to honor the military. They're wearing a red Cape Cod League jersey with a camouflage cap like all the homes team do. On Friday, Orleans is in their typical black road jerseys with the red hats with the red bills. But let's go over the game on Wednesday. The Braves lose 4-2 to Falmouth, a team that they've had their way with all season. But sooner or later, you play enough games against a team, they're going to get you one of the times. Falmouth didn't even play great. They only scored 4 runs. The Braves' pitching was good. It had some spottiness. Josh Eknes got the start. Went 4 innings, walked 5, didn't give up a run. Frank Doylan came in. A couple of new faces we saw. Frank Doylan gave up the 2 runs. He got the loss in the game. But the Braves' offense just didn't produce. Only 2 runs in the game after scoring 9 2 nights ago and then 10 against Harwich the night before. So the Braves' offense was really the story in this one.
Yeah, it was just kind of quiet, and we've seen that at home before. There's no doubt about it. The Braves pitching staff, it didn't listen to my rule. 3 runs or less, avoid the mess. And there was a little bit of a mess. But, 4 runs, too. If you only give up 4 through 9 innings, you kind of expect your offense to be able to pull out a win. And this Braves offense is so capable of doing that. I think that's what was hard about the game the other night on Wednesday. And as you were saying, you play a team so many times. They've seen Falmouth 5 times now, won 4 of those games, and they saw them twice within the same week. So you had to assume the Commodores, who are a decent offensive team, they had been quiet as of late, but decent offensive team, you had to assume they were going to get Bourne at some point. Later, and unbelievable starting performance on the other side of things, and Bourne just couldn't compete.
Yeah, only scoring 2 runs in that game, and one of them came in a late 9th inning rally, something we've seen from the Braves all season long. Flipping the page from today, you look at this game on paper, 19-3-3 the Braves come in against a Firebirds team that is 10-10-4 on the year, but this is the Firebirds offense that can mash the ball. They produce runs at a big-time level. Chase DeLauder in the middle of that offense is probably, if not the best hitter in the Cape Cod League, he's up there. In my opinion, he's one of the best hitters in the league. So the Orleans Firebirds offense is going to come with a punch, but it's up to this Braves pitching staff who's been able to counterpunch all season, and Austin Parsley getting the start tonight, a guy who doesn't walk anyone. Fills up the strike zone.
Literally doesn't walk anyone.
21 or 22 innings pitched, no walks.
I believe it's 22, I think.
22 innings pitched, no walks.
0 walks.
The guy fills up the strike zone. So Orleans is going to get pitches to hit. It's whether they keep the ball in the ballpark and let the Braves defense play a clean game like they've done all year.
Yeah, Austin Parsley, I'm expecting 4 or 5. I'm expecting 5 out of Parsley tonight, honestly.
That's not bold at all.
Because, this is a guy who's proven he can start, proven he can be effective in a start, and a guy that keeps his pitch counts down because he doesn't walk anyone. We saw with Eknes, his pitch count was very high, a lot of full counts, 5 walks through the first 2 innings. Kudos to him, though, for settling down in the 3rd and 4th, because if he was out after 2 or even 3, the pitching staff was going to be even in more of a hurt today.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, talking to people after the game, like Josh, Josh walked 5 guys. Not a great start. You look at that. But I said, if I, woke you up in the first thing in the morning and said Josh Eknes is going to give you 4 scoreless innings tonight,
you'd be happy with it.
You'd be thrilled.
Regardless,
You'd
yeah,
be thrilled.
It's not about the – in some situations, there are other situations where it is about this. Not about the journey, it's about the destination. Josh Heckness' destination the other night, 4 scoreless innings. The journey might have not been that pretty in the first couple, but outstanding job by him to settle down because he was in jams too.
Yeah.
Through the first 2 innings, worked out of those, and then came out in the third and fourth like a brand-new pitcher.
And as you know, jams are thicker than jelly.
That's from our rain delay talk, isn't it?
It was.
Do not bring this up again because now every time I say jam, it's going to come up. But jam is an essential word when it refers to the pitching staff because we've seen this team in a lot of situations this summer, and they've been they've been able to get out of a lot of tight spots. But yeah, Josh Heckness, great job. But tonight you got a guy in Austin Parsley who you don't expect to even walk a single soul. Nope. So that's going to be huge for the bullpen, who's just coming off an off day, too, a day of rest.
Yeah, a day of rest, which I think was big for this Braves team. Because you look at the 2 games before, the 9-8 walk-off win against Falmouth, the Colby Thomas walk-ooff home run, a very emotional game, right? And then they turn around the next night and score 6 runs, breaking a 4-4 tie in the top of the 9th inning. Another emotional win, 10-4. And then, they kind of had a little bit of a letdown. I think I was talking to Noah Searson, the Orleans sideline reporter. I was actually featured on their pregame show.
I saw you over there. You looked good.
So, and I was telling Noah how if the off day was on Wednesday and that Falmouth game was played Thursday, I think the Braves win that game.
Yeah.
I think it was a letdown, kind of like a trap game. A letdown after 2 emotional wins.
Well, I think, to be honest with you, a lot of these guys were not expecting a play either on Wednesday because of the forecast. It looked pretty bad.
Yep.
And they were all saying back-to-back off days would be clutch. I think that's where the mindset was.
Yeah.
Back-to-back off days, and then you just look overhead and there's nothing. Yeah. And then the game got delayed too.
Against a solid Falmouth Commodores team.
Yeah.
A very solid team.
Game didn't need to be delayed. It did. That kind of put you even in more of a mental funk. And then, just didn't feel like the Braves that we've seen all year.
Yeah, so hopefully the Braves are back and playing Bravos baseball tonight against an Orleans team. Let's go through the Braves lineup. It starts off with Christian Knapczyk, the lead leader in batting average, currently riding a 7-game hitting streak. No one can get this left-handed bat out.
Through his hit streak, the guy's hitting over 400. So, do I need to say anything about that?
No,
that's like Ted Williams' numbers.
And when he's not, getting a hit, he's finding ball 4.
I will say this, too. His at-bat, every at-bat is like
at-bat.
8 to 10 pitches. Yes. It's ridiculous. And leading off, too, when you make a guy throw 8 to 10 pitches, and we've seen at-bats go over 10 pitches with him. I think he had 11 a couple nights back. That gives your dugout a look at the whole guy's, arsenal of pitches. Yeah. And it's great. It helps in so many ways. You get off on the right foot. You get a base runner ready to go. And by the time you know it, your opposing pitcher's in a little bit of a hole.
And Christian Knapczyk can also burn you on the bases. It seems like more often than not when he gets on, he finds a way to steal second base.
4 stolen bases during his hit streak as well. So he's doing everything.
He's been playing really, really well. He gets on for Max Anderson, who hits second playing at third base tonight. Max just, he's been up and down. In some games he has a tendency to hit the ball, pop the ball up sometimes, but every time you hit it, pop up or not,
hard.
It's hard.
He barrels. Max barrels.
Max barrels. It's so fitting for Max Anderson. Hopefully he can hit the ball more on a line, find those gaps like he's been doing this season.
Yeah, he's hit safely in 5 of his last 6. Yep. During that span, hitting 320 at a 320 clip, I believe.
Great.
Or is it 3? Yes, it is 320. And, he's been fantastic. And he's been, as you said, up and down at times. Started off really hot, a little bit of a cool down. Yep. Now he's picking it up again with these past 6 games. So that's what you need from the 2 spot. Top of this lineup, solidified now.
Max Anderson, to me, is just a flat-out hitter.
Yeah, he is.
He is just a flat-out hitter. Hits the ball hard every time he's at the plate. Doesn't get cheated. He is just what this Braves team needs between the 2 Louisville Cardinals. Christian Knapczyk leading off and Dalton Rushing, who hits third, the Punisher in this Braves lineup. He can put it out of pretty much any ballpark he wants to. This guy is another guy who just seemingly hits the ball on the screws every time.
When he hits a home run, I'll just talk about his home runs. The most entertaining thing that we have probably seen on this field, I remember the one in, YD, where they got the house in right field.
Yep.
He just pimped it, and it was gone. Just way out of here.
Yeah,
and
no doubt.
Just watch it kind of flip the bat. The one we saw in Chatham.
Yep, 3/4 of the way up the hill at Veterans Field.
The man almost broke a firehouse. He almost just absolutely demolished a firehouse. I think he did.
I don't know
I think
about
if that hit that firehouse, that thing was going up in flames, and they would not even have enough extinguishers to stop it.
Okay.
So, someone stop this man because, you know.
I hope nobody does.
No one's. I don't think anyone's gonna.
He's actually wearing number 18 tonight because I mentioned the Friday red jerseys. The number 20 jersey was a little bit tight on Dalton. His big home run hitting muscles. He had to get into a jersey that is not entrapping him.
Let it breathe a little bit. There's another wasp up here. My goodness, man. If I get stung on air, it's gonna be terrible.
I hope you don't.
Yeah, I hope I don't.
I hope you don't, but I hope the Braves continue to sting.
Don't.
The baseball tonight.
Don't do that.
I just did it. Dalton Rushing, long story short, wearing number 18 tonight instead of his normal 20. So if you get a little bit confused why Tristan Vreeling's playing first base, don't.
It's not Tristan Vreeling.
It's Dalton Rushing. So Coach KG is down there wearing number 20.
Is he? Oh,
he
yes.
took Dalton's jersey.
The new Dalton.
Yes, Coach Kevin Graber, a great fan of the program, wearing number 20 tonight. Dalton Rushing wearing 18, playing at first base. Braylon Wimmer back in the lineup. It seems like he'll be the everyday left fielder now with the absence of Caden Wallace. I talked to manager Harvey Shapiro pregame, and he told me, yeah, we're not going to be able to find another Caden Wallace. No, you're not. So it seems like Braylon Wimmer, whose natural position is in the infield, is going to be playing a lot of left field this season. Yeah,
no doubt about it. And Braylon Wimmer, the one thing I'm concerned about him right now is his hand after he got hit the other night.
Yep.
That I think what I told him is he said it. I've talked with him after the game. Excuse me, I'll spit my words out clear. I'm still on the off day. Talked with him after the game. He said the ball kind of hit his hand and the bat and kind of rolled up his wrist a little bit. So it said it kind of like pinched.
Doesn't feel good.
Yeah, his hand got kind of pinched between the ball and the bat. So hopefully he's all right. We're going to see tonight how he looks with his swing.
Yep.
But when he's not injured, we know this is a guy who frequently drives in base runners, and he's been very effective with guys in scoring position.
Nick Goodwin, super utility man, is out of the lineup tonight. So if Braylon can't give it a go, you would assume you'll see Nick Goodwin come in and step in that left field spot. Braylon's in left. Colby Thomas is in right, another guy who's seemingly red hot right now.
Yeah, he's really hitting the ball well, and it starts with just kind of driving your hands through the ball and make like all of his outs. I feel as you mentioned, I think a couple shows ago, he doesn't strike out. I think all of his outs are literally pop-ups. I think that's like the only out he makes. If he hits it on the ground, it's usually a hit down the third base line or through, third base and short. So when this guy is on, he's hitting the ball low, he's driving it. They're line drives. His home runs aren't towering shots. They're on a line, no doubters. They're out of here quick. So that's when he's at his best, and we've been fortunate enough to see that over the past week and a half.
Yeah, he's been really, really good in this Braves lineup. We talked about he was in a slump early in the season, but he's really turned it around to become a force, a mainstay in this Bravos lineup. Joe Lampe, who joined you on Bravos Banter, our Braves podcast with Reeves yesterday, great friend of the program, hits 6th tonight back in center field.
Joe gave us all the insider info yesterday. He was great on the podcast. If you haven't checked that out, make sure to go check it out. It's on YouTube. Also, the link is on our Twitter as well, so you can find it there. But, yeah, Joe, I mean, with the pine tar ball, he mentioned it on the podcast the other day, he's at his best with that pine tar ball. And from what he's been telling me, he does hit better when the pine tar ball is either with him or he knows where it is or he knows what's going on with it. So everything kind of coincides with that. But another guy we saw cool off a little bit, 0 for 14, I believe it was?
0 for 15.
0 for 15, and now he's starting to look like the old Joe Lampe, and that's huge to have in the 6th spot.
But his defense never wavered.
Never wavered. Ever.
Great defender in center field, can cover a lot of ground out there in center. So he's hitting 6th tonight. Josh Moreland, another guy who, he's slumping. I mean, you can't really get around that. He is not playing, what he was at East Carolina. He's trying to get back into the groove of things. So you'd love to see Josh Moreland break through tonight with a couple of knocks.
His first slump that he went through before he tagged together a couple hits, he was striking out a lot. Now I've seen more hard contact from him.
Which is great.
Which is what you need.
See, yes.
He's had a few lineouts go to the opposite field that we've seen third baseman, shortstop make good plays on. So, yeah, he's still slumping a little bit. One, I know for a fact his attitude's still good. I know we've talked about that. And two, at least he's starting to make more contact now. So this isn't nearly as major of a slump that he was in to start the season, I don't think. But still, yeah, you'd like to see him turn the corner a little bit.
Yeah, I always root for Josh.
Yeah,
He's DHing tonight. Tanner Schobel hits 8th at second base. He was at shortstop in that game against Falmouth, had an error that led in a couple of runs, so he moves over to second base. A guy who, he had that big hit against Harwich, still hits the ball very hard.
this will be the 4th consecutive game he's played.
Yep.
He talked to me a lot about consistency, being able to just know he's playing, get those reps, and this is huge for him, being able to have that consistency.
Yeah, he hits 8. Peter Burns hitting 9th. You know, he's been an every other day guy with the absence of Colton Bender. The Braves getting another catcher in John Garcia, but night off yesterday, which means it's Peter Burns' night.
Great OBP, great defensive catcher. Peter Burns, gets a couple days off, or night off rather, and he's ready to go.
We're going to get to the lineup real quick, and then we're going to come back with our picks to pop after the anthem before Reeves and Daniel have the call here from Doran Park.
We ask at this time that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
All right, we're back on Before the Bravos after the national anthem for our picks to pop. Nick, I'll let you do the honors and go first. Who's your pick to pop?
You know what?
Tonight?
You go first today because I feel like I always steal yours. Yeah, you need to go first one of these times.
Well, that is a good question. You caught me off guard because I had some names in my head. I was going to see what direction you went, and then I was going to adjust on the fly.
Do you want me to go first then?
No, I'm going to just take Dalton Rushing off the board.
I'll go with the other Louisville Cardinal and take Christian Knapton.
Okay, well, it's that simple. I think number 18 has a big day in his first day in the
Tristan
number 18
Vreeling
jersey.
In the box here.
So we'll see what happens. A couple Louisville Cardinals. We'll see which one pops more as the Braves and the Firebirds are set to do battle here from Doran Park in just a couple of minutes. Daniel and Reeves have the call from high above the field. Enjoy the game, everybody.
The Bourne Braves, like myself and Reeves, have proved that they are human. 19-3-3, coming off a third loss of the entire season just 2 days ago at Doran Park, 4-2 at the hands of the West Division Falmouth Commodores. But an opportunity here against a East Division team in the Orleans Firebirds to jump on them and get win number 20. My name is Daniel Coates. Alongside me, Reeves Jackson. Reeves, we have a good one today.
Yeah, we have a great one today. Obviously, coming off that 2-2 tie the last time we were at Eldridge Park, as you mentioned on the pregame show, just about 2 weeks ago. And I think the theme in that game was the wind blowing in extreme ways. And today, you see the flagpole out in center field, as you'll see in just a moment on our high home camera. There's no wind today, so we'll see how the ball plays. Obviously, 3 home runs that the Braves could have had in that last game that were really taken down by that wind, so it should be great. The Braves' rotation and pitching staff is healthy and rested up again, and we're excited to see what Parsley can do.
Austin Parsley on the mound against the New Orleans Firebirds team, who comes into the game 10-10-4. And I joked with you before the game, Reeves, that's about as 500 as you can get for a team.
Literally.
Right down the middle and trying to tip the scale in their favor here. First pitch, Parsley gets on track with a fastball right down the pipe to Peyton Chatagnier, the second baseman for the Firebirds. If you're noticing something different about the Braves uniforms, you are correct, because these are the Military Appreciation Reds with the camo hats. All home teams down here on the Cape wear these. They say Cape Cod instead of Bourne Braves, and coming off a day where they had to switch out of their normal uniforms for picture day.
Indeed. Got all the uniforms rocking today.
They had all the swag coming in.
Yeah, the first time we get to check the Braves out in these Friday Reds. They got the camo hats working, and I just think a great tribute and great salute from the Cape Cod League to all of our troops and military enforcement that we have, and everybody that does such an excellent job of protecting this great country we live in and allowing us to play the national pastime of baseball.
2-2 to Chatagnier on a Friday night at Doran Park in Bourne, Massachusetts. Our first one of the season.
Yeah,
can you believe that?
First one of the season, and we could not have asked for a better night. It is picture perfect and the most ideal conditions you could ask for. I know I texted all of you guys, the media team, and coming to the ballpark, I was like, guys, might be the best day for baseball we've had yet this year, especially here at Doran Park at least. But here, Daniel Parsley early on, a 3-ball count to Chatagnier. Has not walked a hitter on the season. 22 strikeouts, 0 walks. 3-0 is Parsley with a 2.59 ERA.
The payoff pitch battled off by Chatagnier, who comes in with a 280 clip, 3 homers and 10 RBIs. On deck is Luke Keischel.
Yeah, just 5 runs allowed this year for Parsley. The 6'1", 185-pound right-hander from North Carolina, Greensboro, UNCG.
The payoff pitch, that swung on and tipped. It'll stay at 3-2. And tell me a little bit about what this team getting to win number 20 would mean for them going towards August and going towards the Cape League playoffs that the Braves seem to have solidified themselves in.
Yeah, I think it's big. Obviously, I think one of the things that we'll talk about and build throughout the game is, my goodness, that was close. But, Parsley just issuing his first walk of the year there to Chatagnier. But I think the big thing here, Daniel, is obviously we're going to see some new faces in the bullpen. Obviously, we have Stewart from Southern Miss, got Ward from Embry-Riddle, Division II out in Daytona Beach, down in Daytona Beach, Florida. Obviously, we saw Frank Doling and we saw Bryson Cafaro. So 4 new guys in the bullpen, so some new faces, but honestly still a lot of the same. I think even though you take away that 4-2 loss, the takeaways from that 4-2 loss to Falmouth, and you kind of look at the season as a whole, 19-3-3, and then in a 2-2 game last time against Orleans, you have a chance today to get to win number 20, doubling the win total of the Orleans Firebirds. So I think you can compare yourself to teams in the Eastern Division. Obviously, we don't see them as frequently as we do in the Western Division, but you can kind of get a good gauge on where you stand, maybe against potential teams that you'll see in the championship if the Braves are so lucky to get there.
Chatagnier dives back, and it's a 0-1 count to Luke Keischel, who is riding a 6-game hitting streak for the Firebirds. His first game was on July 12th from the University of San Francisco, where our own Ellie Clark, our social media intern, comes from.
Yes, indeed.
1-1. Peter Burns behind the plate, and what has been an interesting rotation, especially with the arrival of Garcia this past week. Dalton Rushing, who we've seen a few times behind the plate, now takes over at first and is making sure Chatagnier doesn't take too far of a lead. Luke Keischel rips one past the glove of Anderson. That's going to improve the Firebirds and add on another base runner. 1-1 count taken right in between Anderson and Knapczyk at short.
Yeah, it's a play that I think Max Anderson would tell you he would usually have, and a play that he should have. It's going to be able to hit due to the hard-hit nature of that ball from Kiesel. But Max Anderson, he's done that a few times this year, Daniel, just getting to the side of the baseball and laying it instead of getting the chest in front, trying to knock it down and get it out. I'm sure Anderson would tell you, although that scored a hit, he's got to have that ball.
Kiesel improves on a .352 batting average. In the 3 spot, Chase DeLauder fouls this first pitch off down the left field line, and he is the leading home run hitter in this Cape Cod League, and that is impressive considering the guys at the top like Owen Diodati, even our own Dalton Rushing looks to be creeping up there.
Yeah, tied with Diodati for the league lead in homers, 7 for Chase DeLauder. And nice pitch there from Parsley, but DeLauder has hit safely in 7 of his last 9 games, including a 4-game hitting streak. This is an Orleans Firebirds offense that is coming into this game red hot. It's a pitching staff that hasn't quite done the same. Braves obviously going to hope to jump on Hayden Thomas, who's thrown 7 consecutive scoreless innings.
0-2 misses down low to DeLauder, the center fielder. He's had hits in 7 of his last 9. The Firebirds in one heck of a battle in the East Division where pretty much everyone is up for grabs for that 1 or 2 spot. Chopper right over there, the Rushing, he opts for second. Does he get him at first as well? No, it gets past the glove of Parsley, but quickly defended by Dalton Rushing, but they get out number 1.
Now batting, the first baseman from Virginia Commonwealth University, number 28.
Over at third base is Chatinier, but a routine ground ball. Tried to turn 2. I thought it was a bit ambitious of Rushing to go over there, but, get one of the leading runners.
Yeah, did a good job, obviously, to keep a double play in order here with Tyler Locklear coming up. Locklear, obviously, one of the more prolific power hitters, a guy who's a very 3 true outcome hitter. A lot of homers, a lot of walks, a lot of strikeouts for Locklear. But he's hitting .320 over his last 6 games, coming in red hot to this matchup against Parsley and the Braves.
Well, first and third situation in the top of the first. Not something Austin Parsley has been used to. His base runners in scoring position. The last time we saw him was at YD last Friday.
Yeah, 4 innings, 5 strikeouts, 1 hit baseball out of relief, no walks. He was excellent out of relief for Tristan Vreeling in that game. And Parsley just doing what he usually does. His only really rough outing of the year came against the Wareham Gatemen. That was at home when the Gatemen had 14 hits, yet lost to the Braves by 1. Parsley, 2 1/3, 6 hits, 3 runs. Part of that, though, a long 3-run homer from Cade Kern. So 3 runs on 1 swing will kind of inflate your ERA, and the fact that it's still at 2.59 is just very impressive.
Swing and a miss from Locklear. He chases one upstairs. And Austin Parsley ahead. The Firebirds have been able to make contact at a consistent pace in this first inning. Trying to keep them scoreless, though, and the Braves have struggled with giving up leads and trailing the entire way through the game, but a team who left on a good note in the bottom of the 9th against the Falmouth Commodores, even though it was a 4-2 loss.
Yeah, obviously the bats got going late, obviously later than we would have liked them to. But obviously the fact Joe Lampe spraying that RBI infield single deep in the hole at short. And, Braves showed some life offensively, hoping even with the off day yesterday that translates in here into the game today.
2-2, that's going to get Locklear looking, and he cannot add to his 20 RBIs on the season. Austin Parsley gets closer to getting out of this inning, stranding 2 on the base path for the Orleans Firebirds.
Yeah, we got a good guy here to face here with 2 down, and Jared McKenzie. Obviously, we know Jared for the left fielder that robbed Kyler Fedko of a home run,
and
Max Anderson.
Yes,
didn't have to go over the wall to get Max's with that short fence out and left, but definitely where he caught the ball in the trajectory would have been a home run if he wasn't there to make the catch. And this is a good, like I said, good thing here for Parsley. Jared McKenzie really struggling offensively coming into this game here, Daniel. 3 for his last 28, just a 107 average, and in that span, 11 strikeouts. So no better hitter you'd want coming to the plate if you're the Braves, looking to get the third out of this inning and leave the runners stranded.
Especially against an Austin Parsley that now has 23 strikeouts on the season, and that's going to help him get to 24. 0-2 count and 2 outs. Men on first and third. Scoreless in the top of the first at Doran Park. The first time that the Firebirds have traveled west to Bourne, Massachusetts. And Austin Parsley looking to give the Braves an advantage when they go to the bats. Swing and a miss. Down goes McKenzie on an 0-2 count. And Austin Parsley gets in a bit of a jam, but as smoothly gets out of it. 0-0 in the top of the first, going to the bottom of the first, where the Braves will have the bats in their hands for the first time. Welcome back to the bottom of the first. My name is Daniel Coates. Alongside me, Reeves Jackson. We have a good one on our hands at Doran Park. We're going to see the same 1, 2, 3, 4 that we've seen from the Braves offensively in the last 2 games. 2 nights ago against Falmouth and 3 nights ago at Harwich. To start things off will be Christian Knapczyk, but they're going to have their hands full against Hayden Thomas on the mound for the Firebirds.
Yeah, Hayden Thomas has been excellent for Orleans as of late. As I said last half inning, 7 consecutive scoreless for Hayden Thomas from Corpus Christi. And he is right-hander at 6 foot, 195 pounds, and he's going to have a tall task against Christian Knapczyk and Max Anderson and company in this Braves' first few, but throwing strikes early.
Well, the leader in average in all of the Cape League is down 0-2 to Thomas now. Knapczyk has a 7-game hit streak going, batting .423 in that span. The Louisville Cardinal continues to have incredible success down here. Missing outside and looking to battle back here. One of the things that Christian Knapczyk does the best is get down and then continue to battle back and elongate these matchups and really fatigue pitchers.
Yeah, there's a reason Nap's on a 7-game hitting streak, because of stuff like that.
Make that an 8-game hitting streak for Christian Knapczyk. He slaps one right up the middle, whizzing by Thomas. A man on first for the Braves. And that is a tone setter for the rest of this team and the rest of this lineup, including Max Anderson, who is batting .301 coming from Nebraska. And a storyline that we've been following, Reeves, is the departure of Caden Wallace and how the Braves are going to fill the gap or the void that he left.
Yeah, and I think it kind of forces the issue to the top of the order, I think. Obviously, Caden, who is batting in that 5 spot, well, you could look and be like, okay, everyone just shifts up in the order, Colby to 5, Joe to 6, and then the bottom of the order, whatever 7, 8, 9 is constructed, they do their best to fill the absence of Caden.
And Max Anderson slaps 1-2 center field. Will it get down on the run? DeLauder finishes off Max Anderson's first at bat. It was hard hit for the first time in a while, Reeves. We're seeing wind coming in. The last time that we really were affected by wind coming into the field of play was at Eldridge Park when we faced these Firebirds on their home turf.
Yeah, that ball had a lot more carry to it than I would have thought. I would have thought DeLauder would have been going back there and just cruising to make that catch. He was on his horse, and I think it kind of caught DeLauder by surprise as well. But the Braves' top 3 hitters in this lineup, the top three hitters in average on the team, Knapp 346, Rushing 325, and Anderson 301. That's coming into play today. Obviously, Max is going to drop below 300, and Knapp's going to go back into the 350s after that single. But back to what you asked me about, filling the void of Caden Wallace. As much as you might think, it kind of falls on the bottom of the order, and the 5-6 hitters and Thomas and Lampy to fill that void, I think just the opposite. I think you got to rely like you have been and like these guys have been doing. I mean, look, the first game Caden Wallace is gone. The Braves put up 10, albeit 6 in the 9th inning against Harwich. I think you really got to focus on the first 4 guys in the order, have to continue to perform the way they have and produce the way they have throughout this season and do that into the future and into August. And it falls on Knapczyk, Anderson, Rushing, and company.
Rushing powers one to left field. Will it be enough? No. Into the glove of McKenzie, and Christian Knapczyk has to retreat back to first. 2 hard-hit balls, 4 flyouts for the 2 and 3 spot hitters, but here comes Braylon Wimmer. And something we know about these Braves is that they seem most effective when their backs are up against the wall and they face 2 outs in an inning.
Yeah, they do. They have a great 2-out scoring offense, and obviously you'd like if the Braves got their runs a little earlier in the inning because, then you can put bigger innings together, and we've seen them do that plenty of times, but we also note how good of a team they are at scoring with 2 down. Hayden Thomas, as I mentioned, 7 consecutive scoreless coming into the outing today, as 9 strikeouts combined across those 2 outings. 1 was out of relief, his only non-start of the year. That was in a 1-0 loss to Falmouth.
The 0-0, Knapczyk has to jump back. He's safe after a throw from Mickness. He's making some noise down that right field line.
But Hayden Thomas, in his first 2 starts of the year, 4 earned runs in 9 innings, so that brings his season ERA to just 2.25. He's been excellent for the Firebirds. He just had his 22nd birthday on July 7th, so not too long ago, just about 2 weeks ago. So happy belated to Hayden Thomas. But he shut out a high-powered offense in the Wareham Gateman. No runs. Orleans ended up keeping the lead. They won 5-4, although no win credited to Hayden Thomas. As that game was decided in the 6th due to in the 7th, I should say, pardon me, due to a plethora of errors from the Gateman, in which the Firebirds took the lead.
Braylon Wimmer coming in with a 277 average, 15 RBIs. That's second on the team behind Dalton Rushing, of course.
Of course.
Rushing at that 3 spot. And Braylon Wimmer smashes that one, and that one gets fair. Christian Knapczyk being sent home by Harvey Shapiro. Can he get there? Here comes the throw, the slide. No, he's safe standing up. Christian Knapczyk puts the Braves on the board first. And there is your RBI leader now, tied for the lead with Dalton Rushing. Braylon Wimmer with an RBI double stands atop second base, and the Braves stand atop the Firebirds 1-0.
Great piece of hitting by Braylon. Got a fastball there from Thomas on 2-1 hitters count. He was sitting dead red, turned on. You can tell he was expecting it. Dropped it down off that left field fence. A great relay there from McKenzie and to the shortstop Blackwell, but Blackwell's throw a little too high. Nice job there by Mickness. He went up, corralled it. That was a smart play there by Knapczyk to not slide. It'll slow you down in that situation, and Knapczyk comes in standing up. Great play all around, running the bases by Christian, and the piece of hitting by Braylon.
The Braves continue their success with 2 outs. Colby Thomas takes a first pitch strike. The Mercer Bear has been so key for the Braves the past 2 weeks. It all started in our first trip to McKeon Park, where he went 3 for 4, one single shy of the cycle, and he has been red hot ever since.
Well, as much as I said that the offense is going to have to fall more upon the top 4 hitters, I don't know where this offense would be without Caden Wallace if Colby Thomas hadn't stepped up the way he has. I think losing Caden Wallace makes it fine because of what Colby Thomas has been able to do. Obviously, Colby had a little bit of a struggle to begin the season. And if Colby had continued hitting that way, well, then it might be more of an issue. You lose Caden Wallace, and really you have 4 or 5 consistent guys in the lineup that are hitting day in and day out. And the guys like Knapjack, Anderson, Rushing, Wimmer, and Lampy. But you add another guy, especially right behind Braylon Wimmer, it does worlds for your offense.
2-1, big swing. No contact for Colby Thomas. In the first game against the Falmouth Commodores, he ended it in dramatic fashion. Bottom of the 9th with 2 outs. And he hit one with the trajectory of Braylon Wimmer's double that you just saw, but it kept going and going and wrapped around the pole for a walk-off homer. He's unable to do it here, though. Swing and a miss for strike 3. But Braylon Wimmer with an RBI double. The Braves lead 1-0 and continue to power through with 2 outs. We'll be back in just a few moments with the top of the second. Austin Parsley steps on the mound for the second time tonight. He starts off with a ball to Trey Harmon, who's 5 for 19 since arriving from Stetson and arriving to the Cape. Swing and a miss. He's batting .263, has 2 RBIs. And Parsley, although he had men on first and third, was able to get out of it, and that could be a momentum swinger. And deep drive to left, looks like it's leaking foul, and it does, but that had the distance.
Oh my. Trey Harmon dropped the bat, pimped it, was ready to jog around the bases. It's not a good feeling as a hitter when you do the whole shebang and then the ball ends up going foul. But he did give that one a ride. I tell you what, that ball was smoked to left. But good for Austin Parsley, it leaked foul.
1-2 battled off. I'll tell you what, these left fielders here at Durham Park, I don't know what it is, but everything seems to go over there. We've only seen one deep ball to right field, and what we first thought was going to be a really active corner of this field.
Yeah, we really did. It really has not been put to use.
Weak chopper, that's called foul.
The only home run we've seen to straightaway right really was that Luke Mann home run when Hyannis came to town on that 8-7 Braves walk-off from Caden. And he honestly wrapped it around that right field foul pole out there near Froggy's pulling right. So, look, man, the only guy rushing went to right center. Haven't had too many homers, though, to right.
1-2, another foul ball, not making it easy for Parsley. On deck is Justin Mickness. Behind him, Julio Marcano, both of which have struggled as of late. Getting to the bottom half of the order, Parsley pitching well here. 1-2. That just misses on the outside. You can hear some oohs and ahs from the crowd to our left.
Yeah, Peter Burns was ready to throw it around the horn, but to no avail.
Hard hit line drive to center field. Going back is Joe Lampe on the stride. Catches it over his head for out number 1. Doran Park, and its distance again proving beneficial for the boys in red. That's out number 1. And Austin Parsley, you know, these guys are putting the barrel of the bat on the ball, but the defense has been there every time.
That's what Parsley does so well, though. He strikes a lot of hitters out, but I wouldn't necessarily say that's his mantra on the mound. Parsley does pitch to contact, but his stuff is so good that he oftentimes does get swings and misses. But Parsley's a guy that's going to pitch to contact, and he's going to try to get the ball put in play, keep his pitch count low. Orleans has done a nice job fouling pitches off tonight.
0-1 bloop to shallow left field. That one's going to drop into no man's land, and staying at first is Justin Mickness. So just an unfortunate play. Got over the head of Christian Knapczyk at short and just shallow of Braylon Wimmer.
Yeah, just as you said, right in no man's land. That's a tough play for Wimmer to get to. Knapczyk going out even harder for him. You can live with that if you're Parsley. Just a one-out single. You'll have Marcano coming up as he's just 1 for his last 15. Mickness now extending his hitting streak to 4 games. He's been a lot hotter as of late, now 5 for his last 11.
Julio Marcano steps in. He's 1 for his last 15. Strike 1 there from Parsley, who has now pitched 33 pitches. 23 of them, 24 I should say, strikes, 10 of them balls, so he's putting it in the zone, and that's why the Firebirds have been able to get the bat on it. But again, he doesn't give you anything much more than that, as that's a second strike. They're hitting it hard, but we have one of the most talented outfields, I would say, in this whole league.
Yeah, without a doubt. Obviously, Joe in center and Colby in right. Two of the stronger arms you'll see. Braylon, who's naturally a second baseman, does have a lot of time out in left, though, and he's played well this year.
0-2 misses outside for the first ball of this matchup. On deck is Benjamin Blackwell. In the hole is the top of the order, Chatagnier.
Yeah, you'd love to retire Marcano and Blackwell and leave Chatagnier leading off of the top of the third. See ya.
That one, too, gets in the zone for out number 2. Staying at first is Justin Mickness. The 9-spot hitter, Benjamin Blackwell, will face 2 outs in the top of the second. He is 0 for his last 12 with 7 strikeouts. Not good against Austin Parsley, who now sits at 25 strikeouts.
Yeah, and this is Blackwell, who had been hitting very well, obviously, before that.
That one's taken to center field. There's Joe Lampe once again, tried and true on the run for out number 3. We're going to have the top of the lineup for the Orleans Firebirds the next time we see them at the plate, but not before the Braves can look to add to their 1-0 lead in Bourne. Joe Lampe will be at the plate. The first batter of the bottom of the second after Christian Knapczyk in the bottom of the first scored his 21st run on the season. That is far and away the leader in the dugout, and he just continues to prove why he is the best leadoff guy we can put there. And I give all the credit to Harvey Shapiro, really, because this guy was at the top of the order and was doing as well, but he's found a niche here in the 6th spot.
Yeah, I think that's what makes good managers great. When even though the lineup is clicking, they can see that there's different places in the order that can make the lineup better. And I think Knapczyk has done a little better than Lampe, and Lampe settled into the 6th spot.
That's going to be in shallow center field and snagged by DeLauder for out number 1. A 2-pitch at bat for Joe Lampe. Doesn't improve on a 278 average in 7 RBIs, but here comes a guy in Joshua Moylan who has been trending upwards but still hasn't found his footing, it seems, at the batter's box.
I think one of the positives you can take away from Josh is the fact that he's hitting the ball hard. And he's just like last game, or last time he played against Harwich, he had 2 lineouts in that game. He's hitting the ball hard, had a hard ground out, so they'll fall. It'll go your way, but first step first, you gotta be trending upward, and I think Josh is, just the way he's hitting the baseball. It'd be different if he was just striking out or was having weak contact, but he's hitting the ball hard, and it'll pay dividends for him here very soon. Maybe tonight.
That's a hard hit foul ball hitting Upper Cape Cod Tech. A 1-1 with 1 out in the bottom of the first, or bottom of the second, I should say, where Joshua Moylan will get his first at bat. Facing Thomas, who is pitching well and getting it over the plate, as he does there. And behind the count, Moylan, 1-2, coming in with a 119 average. He's 5 for 42. And for a guy who has been in the game every other game, it seems, switching in and out of that designated hitter spot or oftentimes at first, just hasn't found the rhythm he's been looking for. And he doesn't find it there. Swing and a miss for strike 3.
Yeah, great pitch there by Thomas. Just spun one on Moylan. Moylan swung over top. Nice job there by Hayden, who made a nice pitch with 2 strikes.
That's the second strikeout for Hayden Thomas. And Tanner Schobel, who's been a staple of the bottom of the lineup, sits at the 8th spot tonight. On deck is Peter Burns. Often see this 1-2 punch at the bottom of the lineup, and they often are as effective and as productive as Knapczyk and Max Anderson. And that's, again, I think a move from Harvey Shapiro that makes him a great manager to put those guys as a spark almost to send it back up to the top of the lineup.
Yeah, Braves had that chance to potentially tie the game or not take the lead, but win it. Schobel was represented as the winning run when he came to the plate against the Commodores. He had first and third, Joe over at first base, and obviously Tanner flew out to right field to end that game, but Schobel the night before that on Tuesday coming up with a gigantic hit, pinch hitting for Josh Moylan in that 9th inning against Owen Cody, and laced that 2-run single to left, ended up bringing 3 runs home on the air by the Mariners. But Schobel is really, as you mentioned, he's been a staple of the bottom of the order for the Braves. Ended up launching that home run as well on July 16th. That was at YD.
Well, he's coming in with a 250 clip, 2 home runs and 10 RBIs. He's ahead in the count here as the 8th spot, and now even more so, 3-1 with Peter Burns, who is as scrappy as a catcher and as a batter that you can get. Not necessarily the leader in average, but he's 3rd on the team on on-base percentage. Chopper foul. Tanner will have a payoff pitch coming his way. Looking to improve on a 250 average, and the Orleans Firebirds, who sit at 10-10-4 in an East Division, Reeves, that is so tight. This is a huge game for them on the road.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's still up for grabs. Obviously, Brewster has 32 points, Harwich with 30, YD in 3rd with 28.
Payoff pitch pays off for Tanner Schobel. A base hit right up the middle. 2 outs, and Peter Burns due up. The Braves continue to succeed with 2 outs against them, and Peter Burns will step to the plate with the Virginia Tech Hokie at first.
Yeah, just such a good 2-strike hitter is Tanner Schobel. But back to the conversation we were having about that East Division. You look at Harwich with 30 points, Orleans with 24. They're just 6 points out of second place and getting that second playoff spot. So This is still well in reach for any of the teams out in the East. Even first place, just 2 points ahead, is Brewster of Harwich. That is in second. Whereas in the West Division, we would like to say that every team is battling it out for second place right now, as Bourne is all but really locked up the 1 seed and trying to go for the number 1 overall seed in the playoffs.
Schobel jumps back, and if Wareham loses tonight and we end up with the win, then we secure a spot over them as our scorer. Bob so nicely gave us the magic number and has given us the standings every game, as well as the umpires. He's the unsung hero of this broadcast, I would say.
No, Bob is. Bob does, outside of Megan, who is such an excellent producer, and the behind-the-scenes work she does to make our broadcast run, Bob, as far as our statistician who runs the Point Street Game Live, Bob is the man over there in the press box.
1-1 fouled right back towards us. Our instincts there taking over.
Yeah, right?
We both flinched at that one, even though we've seen hundreds of balls come our way, it seems. Thank goodness we have this net. With 1-2 count, with 2 outs in the bottom of the second, Tanner Schobel still takes a lead, and Thomas looking to get out of yet another inning with base runners on. That one's going to get behind Mickness, and there goes Tanner Schobel easily to second.
Yeah, now Braves, the 2-out magic they have. You could see Pete drop one in here. Obviously, Harvey will be waving Tanner around. McKenzie's got a great arm out in left. You saw that excellent relay throw. DeWatter's got a good arm in center, but don't know about Marcano. We saw Marcano in the infield the last time we played Orleans, so not exactly sure how his arm translates out to right field, although usually the arms in right field are some of the stronger ones.
.356 on-base percentage and a full count now here for Peter Burns. And, hey, look at the kid on deck right now, Christian Knapczyk, who's singled and is now riding an 8-game hit streak.
Well, Pete doing what he does best. That's working the count. If he's able to be patient enough and have that eye to draw another walk, no other guy you'd want at the plate with 2 down and a runner in scoring position than Knapczyk. Like that.
The 3-2 payoff pitch pays off for Peter Burns, and Christian Knapczyk with 2 men on base in a 2-out situation. Tanner Schobel leads the way in scoring position at second. Knapczyk slapped one up the middle just as Tanner Schobel did just a few moments ago to get on first and then make his way to second after a pass ball. And another opportunity for the Braves early on to establish the tone and establish momentum throughout the rest of this game. A good opportunity with 2 outs. Thomas struggling with his command right now, Reeves.
Yeah, obviously Thomas, who came into this game with 7 consecutive scoreless innings. The Braves' bats have definitely awoken from Wednesday night when they couldn't get much going against Falmouth. Obviously, there were some external factors in that game. The game was really thought that it was going to get rained out from the moment we woke up, and the rain disappeared.
1-0 taken to the shortstop. Will he beat it out? Christian Knapczyk beats it out down the line. Bases loaded with Max Anderson on. A weak ground ball over to Blackwell. He's unable to handle the backhand and throw it over in time.
Yeah, Knapczyk with that 5'9", 155-pound frame. He can move it on down the line, as he has done many times. Would love to know how many infield singles
it has to be
that he has this season. It's got to be maybe approaching double digits.
I would say maybe approaching double digits.
Maybe 6 or 7. Maybe not as many as 10. But Knapczyk has killed opposing defenses by hitting ground balls in that 5-6 hole on the left side of the diamond that they field. Make a throw to first, but Knap's already there. Now the Braves with a prime opportunity to break it wide open here in the second.
Tom is struggling now with his command, and when he does find it, the Braves take advantage. First pitch, ball low to Max Anderson, who flew out to center field. A hard hit ball, but right towards DeLauder. Schobel at third. Peter Burns behind him at second. At first, Christian Knapczyk after that infield single. We'll get on that stat because that should be interesting. 2 balls in a row to Anderson, who's coming in with a .301 average. 7 RBIs and looking for a few more.
Yeah, big opportunity here for Max early on. Got right center field wide open. I don't know if Chase DeLauder knows how prolific of an opposite field hitter Anderson is. But if he shoots one to right center, it's clearing the bases.
That is a high and deep drive to center field. Back goes DeLauder, the deepest part of the field and right on the warning track. The inning ends off a bomb from Max Anderson. Any other part of the field, that was going to be a grand slam, but DeLauder was there and snags another out away from Max Anderson. 1-0, the Braves leave the bases loaded and leave them stranded. We're going to the top of the third. Reeves will take you the rest of the way in just a few moments.
The second baseman from Ole Miss, number 3, Peyton Chatinier.
The top of the order, Peyton Chatinier gets ready, straps the gloves on, and grips the bat, and Reeves will take you here in the top of the third through play-by-play.
Thank you, Daniel. Top of the third, Parsley against this top of the Orleans lineup, starting with Chatinier, and he takes a fastball outside. 1-0, Braves leading 1-0 after a first inning Braylon Wimmer RBI double to left that brought home Christian Knapczyk in his 21st run of the year, by far a team lead. Swing and a miss, good pitch there from Parsley, 1-1 the count. Another great crowd has filed in here on a Friday night, the first Friday night game of the season from Doran Park. Braves in the Friday Reds, the camo military hats for the first time all year. New Orleans in those clean Marcus Stroman-sponsored black uniforms, as getting a call favorably is Parsley there. Chatinier wasn't so sure. Nice job there by Pete to frame it, though. 1-2. And Daniel, it's so great, obviously, having the first Friday night home game here, and we got a big crowd to boot here.
Yeah, another big crowd and a lot of kids running around, something you love to see on a Friday night here at Doran. Thank goodness we have those nets, though, or else one of them would have been killed right there after a foul ball from Peyton Chatinier. But it's a great scene here. We have Mr. Heyer over there on the grill, as always. And
Grill Master,
just a lot of good buzz around here in Bourne. And you can tell that the success that the Braves have been posting here on the Cape has transferred over, and you can feel the buzz all around the park.
Check swing here by Chatinier, and appeal down to first, and we'll wave it off. 2-2 the count. I think that's a great word to describe it. There's a buzz and an energy around this ballpark that I don't think Bourne has felt in quite some time. Obviously, the fans recognizing how special the team this is at 19-3-3. Man, a swing and a miss. Parsley retires Chatinier on strikes. Yeah, he walked him the first time and punches him out here.
And Austin Parsley is the reason why, and one of the many reasons why we're closing in on 20 wins. That is his 26th strikeout of the entire season. I mean, and you look at this, just over 17 innings pitched. You do the math, that is stellar stuff from the UNCG pitcher who we just saw at YD a week ago.
This one is taken into center field by Luke Keischel. Joe Lampe, who's been busy today, makes the catch for out number 2. And as we've seen so many times here at Doran Park, we see it throughout the year on the road too, but The center fielders for both of these teams today and throughout the year have been staying busy. Joe Lampe and then out there in center and Chase DeLauder today. As DeLauder steps to the plate.
Both of them have to be on their toes. And, you know, we talk about how deep Doran Park is at center and, you know, 300 on the right line, 330 on the left. But you want to talk a deep center field? Let's go to Eldridge Park where these Firebirds come from. What was it?
434.
434, and the only man who is known to have hit it over exactly that number is Frank Thomas.
Yes, we did talk to someone with Chatham. We'll expand on this after the inning, but this one over to Knapczyk. He calls everybody off in shallow left, and he makes the catch. You can't get that much easier if you're Austin Parsley. 1, 2, 3, and the Braves bats back up in the bottom of the third inning. But with that here, obviously, back up here in the broadcast booth here, and I want to send things down to Calvin Cristoforo. Calvin, just talk about Austin Parsley's outing thus far and what makes him so effective at throwing first pitch strikes, something he's been so successful at all season long.
The Braves would like to welcome to Doran Park the families of Ben Etheridge, Braylon Wimmer, Zach Agnos, and Josh Moylan.
A little bit of technical difficulties down there for Calvin, but we'll send things down to him in just a few innings as we'll join you here back up in the booth. If we can get Megan. Yes, thank you, Megan. Back up here in the booth. Reeves Jackson, Daniel Coates. A little bit of technical difficulties down there for Calvin. We'll shoot him that question here in just a moment. But Daniel, I'll ask you the same question. What makes Austin Parsley so effective at throwing first pitch strikes? And something he's so good at, obviously attacking the zone. He mixes his pitches so well, fastball, changeup, breaking ball, and he is dominant with 2 strikes. He almost gets into a Jacob deGrom mode where he's just as fierce as can be.
Well, he doesn't break the radar with his speed, that's for sure. And you can tell. The only guys who can really do that is Eric Adler and what used to be Reggie Crawford at the closing positions, the closing pitching positions for them. But he throws strikes and he gets ahead early. And, you know, he's not afraid to go right at these batters and allow them to make contact because as Christian Knapczyk, as Joe Lampe, as Braylon Wimmer, and so many of these guys, we have such a skilled infield as well as outfield that we rely on our defense. And even 2 nights ago, you can put all these guys in different positions. We saw Nick Goodwin take over third base and had one web gem down the third base line, diving over there and snagging a first base knock right away from the Commodores. And, you know, I think Parsley recognizes that and knows I'm just going to hit the strike, I'm going to mix it up, and I'm going to dare you to hit this.
I think you make a good point there, that is for sure. Defense has been phenomenal for the Braves this year. Here's Dalton Rushing. 3, 4, and 5 for the Braves due up as Rushing takes a fastball high. Rushing flew out to right field in his first plate appearance, out to Marcano. It was the second out of the first. 1-0 here from Thomas. That fastball misses away. Dalton Rushing's last home run coming at YD. Daniel, we were talking with some of our fellow interns, and I kind of asked them what they thought as a score prediction tonight. I asked a few of them, all right, so is anyone hitting a home run? I had multiple Dalton Rushings tonight. Maybe myself included.
I was going to say, weren't you in that group?
I was. 3-0 to Rushing. Aiden Thomas on the season for this Orleans pitching staff. With 7 walks coming into this game as Rushing takes a fastball on the outer half. Here today, only 1 walk issued by Thomas. That was to Peter Burns. The Braves unable to capitalize on a bases-loaded situation. I tell you what, Max Thomas has probably hit 2 of the deepest balls to center field today at Doran Park that I've ever seen. But both, unfortunately for him, as you mentioned on the call, to the deepest part of the park. Anywhere else, they're gone.
Yeah. I mean, he could have turned on that ball or waited a little bit, and if he had it with the same power, it would have been gone, no doubt. I mean, out there, 400-plus land, it's hard to poke one out by the flagpole you see there on the screen.
A beautiful changeup, pulled a string on him, did Thomas. Down 3-0, comes back with 3 straight strikes, and Rushing retired for the first out here in the bottom of the third inning. I think that's what makes Max Anderson such an impressive hitter over at Nebraska. Obviously a big part of the reason why he won Big Ten Freshman of the Year. When you're a freshman in college and you have learned how to hit that successfully to the opposite field, I think that's what makes you so tremendous at being such a good hitter. As Braylon Wimmer lays down a beautiful bunt, the throw to first sails over the head of Locklear. Wimmer will remain over at first as good backup there by Chatinier. But how about the cleanup spot? Braylon Wimmer at the 4-hole lays down a beautiful bunt and beats it and is aboard with a single. 2 for 2 on the day is Braylon.
Well, he's a third and a home run away from the cycle. I think that's a little too early for me to say, but ever since Zach Agnos against the Orleans Firebirds about 2 weeks ago, started the game with a double and a triple, as well as Joe Lampe and, of course, Colby Thomas against the Hyannis Harbor Hawks a week ago. Now I just can't help myself. I have to.
Got to bring it up.
I got to mention it. I got to bring it up.
Well, he's got the 2 easiest parts out of the way.
Yeah.
Now he's got to get a triple and a homer out as Wimmer chased back.
But we always talk about Braylon Wimmer as far as his lankiness. You know, you look at his size and say maybe he's not the quickest guy, but he flies down the first base line and flies all around this base path.
Colby Thomas rips one, and that is well foul. He was turning and burning on that pitch right there. It looked like a changeup from Hayden Thomas. 0-1 the count. Beautiful night, just a slight cloud cover. The blue skies above here. Approaching the 7 o'clock hour game was underway just after 6 as Colby Thomas shoots this one into right center field. Shading him was DeLauder. A long run for Chase, and he makes the catch just shy of the warning track. I tell you what, DeLauder has been busy today, but he's played an excellent center field.
DeLauder has been very busy out there in center field. So too have all of these Firebirds. We saw McKenzie in left field back at Eldridge Park in our first matchup with the Firebirds, and he stole a home run in the top of the 9th away from Kyler Fedko and Max Anderson. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, he stole 2 away from Kyler Fedko.
Yes, or it was as Lampe takes a strike, but it was the home run that he actually robbed, and then one that probably, obviously would have been out if there wasn't the wind blowing in, but I remember he caught it on the warning track as Lampe skies this one over us. I don't know if the second Fedko ball would have cleared the fence if McKenzie wasn't there, which Anderson's it would have. And then obviously the first Fedko bomb, first Fedko fly ball would have been a bomb. He went over the fence to take one back. Wynn was playing tricks in left field that night. Such a short porch over at Eldridge Park as Lampe takes the 0-2 high. We go back to Eldridge on Monday. So our last visit to Orleans.
Funny enough, we thought we were going to see the sprinklers for the first and last time at Eldridge Park, and we actually had issues with it in our game. I believe that was Monday.
Yeah, against Falmouth.
Where Colby Thomas finished it, and if he hadn't.
And Lampe into center field. That'll drop for a single. Nice piece of hitting by Joe with 2 strikes. And the Braves with 2 outs, chugging along again. Moylan will step up with 2 aboard and 2 down.
Yeah, just a good piece of hitting by Joe Lampe, getting back on track once again. He flew out to center in the second. Now knocks a base hit right over the head of Thomas on the mound. And again, the Braves threatened with 2 outs. But as I was saying, you know, we thought that was Colby Thomas's home run was going to be the craziest thing we saw that night. And just before that, the sprinklers came on, and I think we figured them out to a degree that we could delay them coming on for 30 minutes. The second that Colby Thomas hit his walk-off home run, the sprinklers came right back on.
Literally.
I told Colby after the game, you know, thank God you hit it then, because I think if you waited another pitch or 2,
it would have come on.
We would have maybe called the game.
Yeah, absolutely. This would have been a tie with 1 out. They would have figured out nothing will happen here. Right time, right place. As Moylan watches that pitch miss inside. 55 pitches for Hayden Thomas.
Nothing going on in the Firebirds bullpen either.
1-1 fastball that Moylan smartly watches away. 2-1 the count. We've talked about it over and over for Moylan. We even mentioned, obviously, how well he's been seeing the ball lately, although it hasn't yet translated into hits. But if you get one to fall in a situation like this, that can turn your fortunes into fame. Moylan hoping that can go right for him here. Big secondary for Wimmer and another changeup. So Moylan has swung through 2 of those here in this same at-bat. Deuce is wild here for the Bravos. 2 on, 2 out, 2-2 the count here to Josh. He's got right center wide open. DeLauder has been shading the lefties to the left of that second base bag quite frequently throughout the day. Watches that one, 3-2. Now the Braves runners will get a head start.
Yeah, another good eye by Joshua Moylan there, laying off. He could have so easily have chopped after that, but he let the pitch by Thomas go, and Thomas continues to have trouble with his command. He's only let up 1 run, but the Braves have been all over him. 6 hits compared to 2 that the Firebirds have posted.
Payoff coming, and Moylan spoils it into the screen behind him. 3-2. Big pitch coming here early on in this game, and Moylan swings and misses. 3 changeups from Hayden Thomas, and Moylan swings through all of them. The Braves strand 2. They're getting runners on early. 6 hits for the Bravos, just 1 run to show for it as we head to the top of the 4th and a 1-0 Braves lead. Top of the 4th here from Doran Park. It is the 4, 5, and 6 hitters, Locklear, McKenzie, and Harmon due up. Locklear, who struck out looking in his first plate appearance. Orleans, if you remember back to that first inning, they had a prime opportunity to score on Austin Parsley. Locklear with runners on the corners and 1 down, watched a fastball in the inner half for strike 3. What have you seen so far from Austin Parsley that has been so effective, Daniel? Is it the same of the same? You know what he's been doing? Or is anything different tonight that you've noticed about Austin?
Well, you look at the first 2 and 3 innings that he has faced, and he's dealt with base runners, but he's responded really well to all of those situations where he could have, lost command. He could have crumbled. He could have let a pitch or a breaking ball out in front that was easily attacked, but he's battled back, and he has really just come right at these batters. He's pitching strikes, and that has made the difference.
Locklear, a shot into left. Wimmer looking up. That ball is long gone. Tyler Locklear off of the light post in left field. Would have gone a lot further had it not deflected off that. He makes up for that strikeout in the first, and Orleans is on the board.
That's Locklear's 7th home run of the season.
Yeah, tied for the league lead now with his teammate Chase DeLauder and with Owen Diodati over with the gateman. So impressive stuff for Tyler Locklear here this season. Parsley's 2nd home run he has surrendered this year, as that one just scored its foul past Anderson. Shy of the line.
Yeah, Locklear there just guessed correctly, I would say, is the best way to put it. He knew what was coming from Parsley the second that it left his hands. He knew he guessed right, and he just turned on it. One of the more shallow parts of Doran Park, down there towards left field, and you kind of knew it was gone. The wind has died down. It's no longer whipping into us, and That was very Colby Thomas-esque the way it traveled out there in left field.
Well, when you have two of the league's leading home run hitters in your lineup, you would expect to be number one in the league in home runs, and that's just what Orleans is. Fly out here for Jared McKenzie for the first out. Orleans now with that home run. Falmouth tied with them coming into action today, but Orleans with that Locklear bomb, 25 on the season as a team for the Firebirds. And you compare that to Bourne, who has hit 19. It's just for the Braves, they've been more spread around. You think about who has hit homers on this team and in this lineup. Obviously, Braylon Wimmer has a couple. Max Anderson has one. Dalton Rushing has 4. This one is smoked in the deep left field. If this one is fair, it is gone, but it is foul. That's the second time today that Trey Harmon has flirted with a home run down that left field line.
I was just going to say that that's the second time Trey Harmon, I think, started his jog thinking he was going to make it all the way around through the bases. That just continued to hook left, and Harmon could have added on to that home run total twice. That was the second time I thought I was getting deja vu right there.
Trey's just trying to make the video look good when he posts one of his highlight reels, and the ball's off the bat, and then it spans to him, and he's jogging down the first baseline, and then he cuts it. Yeah. He's like, you know what? No one needs to know whether it went fair or foul. 2 foul ball homers for Harmon, you could call it. 1-2 swing and a miss as Parsley takes care of Harmon for the second time today.
And you can see that these batters are really putting it down towards left field. And you think about back at Eldridge Park, it's a 300-foot mark to let that left field pole.
Crazy.
Very, very short for a left field pole. And ours, I believe, is 320. And for them, you know, we saw a couple instances, obviously twice with Kyler Fedko, once with Max Anderson, and a few times where if the wind wasn't blowing in, those line drives would be gone. And I have to imagine that's a reason why the Firebirds have been so effective with the deep ball.
Well, Chase DeLauder's been busy in center, but Joe Lampe has been just about as busy. He makes that catch in center, but not before Tyler Locklear leads off the hitting with a long homer to left field. And the Firebirds have knotted things up at 1 here at Doran Park. As we send things down to our own Calvin Cristoforo here. Calvin, tell us about your special guest here with Austin Parsley's host ball.
Got to talk about Austin Parsley down on the sidelines when I ran into his host mom. I'm here with Cara Blanco, wife. Her and her husband Pedro are hosting Austin for the summer. Pedro also photographer of the team. I understand it's your first time as a host parent, so just tell me how that experience has been.
It is. It's been absolutely fantastic. My family, my husband and son have been involved with the league for a few years, but this is our first year of being a host family. We host Austin Parsley, who happens to be pitching tonight, and we're just having the summer of our lives. It's wonderful.
So I got to ask you, with a college baseball player, what does that do to the grocery store bill? I'm sure Austin's eaten a lot of food for you guys. So how has he been? How's that grocery bill been with him?
It's not too bad. He's not too bad, but we're enjoying having dinners together and trying some new things. We're getting him to try some seafood, some new things he's not had before. So it's good for all of us. We're enjoying it.
And you mentioned he's pitching tonight. He pitches, every 6 days. So do you get jitters in the crowd? Do you get nervous when Austin's out on the mound?
Oh, my God, yes. I scream my head off, and my heart is in my throat, and I just want absolutely the best for him and for everybody on this team. It's been a great summer so far. All these kids deserve a big win all the time. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great summer for the Braves and a great summer for Austin Parsley. Thank you so much for joining me.
Calvin. Nice. Thank you.
Back up here in the booth. Great report, Calvin. Obviously, Austin Parsley getting to eat a lot of new seafood, a lot of great food. And
this is the place to do it, right?
Yeah, this is the place to do it. I think there's no better comfort either for parents when you send your kid off. You know your son has got a great family to live with, a great host mom, great host family. Even better food to boot, right? I think the food's the most important part.
Speaking of that, have you gotten your lobster roll yet?
I haven't, Daniel. I haven't. So
unbelievable.
Quinn Stebbins, our assistant coach, was telling me that the lobster trap just down the road here in Bourne, was the place to go. So
sounds like the place to go.
yeah, $32 lobster roll. I'm gonna do it. Everyone tells me, and I know I'm being bad about this. I'm like, God, it's too expensive. I'll go something cheaper. Quinn goes, you're here. You're only here once. You need to treat yourself. I was like, you're right,
Good
Quinn.
point.
So we'll see. Maybe tonight.
Yeah.
Maybe
Go
tonight.
check it out.
One to the backstop there to Tanner Schobel. Braves have 8, 9, and 1. Schobel, Burns, and Knapsack.
Have you ever had a lobster roll coming from Georgia?
I have. So I've had one in Florida, but
Okay.
that doesn't
not
count.
a New England lobster roll,
No.
obviously. But it's a different preparation.
Yes, exactly. So I think not a true one. Schobel in the center field. DeLauder said his name about 1,000 times today. We'll say it again. He makes the catch for out number 1.
We joked about Joe Lampe and his efficiency and productivity out in center field. Talk about DeLauder. I mean, I don't know how many catches has he made tonight. Let me
Four.
take
That's
a look.
four. It seems
four
like more.
flyouts. Unbelievable. He's just running all around there in center field here on this perfect Friday night on the Cape. It's just absolutely gorgeous, and for a summer that's been filled with rain, especially in July, it's a refreshing sight to see blue skies here. That's going to slowly be turning towards nighttime, but as I look behind me, another big cloud.
Yeah, big cloud, but hopefully it'll hold off. Didn't know if there's any rain in the forecast as Peter swings and misses. 1-1 the count. Peter Burns' family is here today. Obviously got a big ovation as he's just stepped to the plate. Great to hear, though, from Austin Parsley's host mom, and obviously all the great host families that make the Cape League so special in what it is.
Yeah, and I understand the Billett family and the host family situation, and I actually had a buddy of mine who went out to Nebraska and played for the Tri-Cities Storm for junior hockey, and it's a very similar style. These guys are looking to be noticed, looking to be recruited. Obviously, this is for those kids that are in college, and this was for junior hockey just before college. But he said having a Billett family out there in Kearney, Nebraska was something really special for 2 years, and they had a great relationship and keep that up to this day. And so a little shout out to Ian, if you're listening, who now plays at Princeton. And I know you met him.
I did.
Yeah.
You're right. Have indeed. 3-2 count. Payoff. Peter Burns swings and misses. Might have been outside for ball 4. But Burns goes down on strikes. 2 quick outs for Hayden Thomas.
Now batting, the shortstop from the University
Braves,
of
as we talked about, Daniel, they've had a lot of chances today. 6 hits, only 1 run to show for it. That was in the first inning. They loaded the bases in the second. And they had runners at first and second in the third.
Yeah, the top of the order, and the red-hot Christian Knapczyk, who continues to lead the league in average and is surely helping his case tonight with a 2-for-2 performance thus far, scoring in the first inning, and that is the sole run scored by the Braves in this game. We're knotted up here, and just like that, after one pitch that looked like it might have gotten away from Parsley, it was taken to deep left. 1-1 against the East Orleans Firebirds.
0-2 to Knapczyk. Pitch count already high for Hayden Thomas, 71 through 3 2/3. Has had to deal with a lot of runners on base, has thrown a lot of pitches. Orleans bullpen has action, and it looks like a lefty throwing down there. 0-2. Just missed.
And again, as we move closer towards the playoffs, this game is going to give us a better gauge as far as what lineup we're going to be seeing, and it's becoming more solidified as we go with Christian Knapczyk at the 1 spot.
Knapczyk to center. DeLauder once again tracks it down, and the Braves go in order in the 4th as we head to the 5th inning with the Braves and the Firebirds all tied up here at 1. Bottom of the order. We'll send it to the top here this inning for the Firebirds. 8-9-1 against Austin Parsley. Top of the 5th as I send things over to Daniel Coates.
Parsley starts things off. A pop fly. Looks like it's in foul territory, and it is. And it barely avoids the fans, and I've said this before, and I will continue to say it again. You need to be on your toes if you're coming to a Cape Cod Baseball League game. You're as much a part of the game as the players and the umpires and ourselves. So the Nets can only do so much. 0-1, another foul ball. That one goes into the net. 0-2. This is Julio Marcano. It looks like we might have rain in the forecast. Hyannis's game against the Catuit Cavaliers was put on hold. Looks like they have resumed, but we might be in for maybe a delay, Reeves.
Well, looking at the forecast, looks like it might just skip us.
And you can see the big cloud behind us. We hope it does. We have not had luck with rain this season. 1-2 to Marcano. Fouled off once again. 1-2. It remains, and Parsley still on the mound. This is his 5th inning. He's thrown 45 strikes and 16 balls. That is a reason why he has been so successful here today in this 1-1 tie, just missing Marcano with a breaking ball on the inside. A 2-2 count with the sun beaming on the field. Another foul ball, and Marcano's not making it easy for Parsley with this first matchup. On deck is going to be Benjamin Blackwell, Peyton Chatinier. And as I was saying before, you know, you look at the East Division, we're going to be traveling to Chatham tomorrow. And for a team in the Orleans Firebirds that is so close with Chatham as far as record and playoff spots, this is a key game. And tomorrow should be a good one at Veterans.
Yeah, Chatham's a team that we have, quite frankly, struggled with here this season so far.
Finally, Marcano goes down and Parsley gets a strikeout.
But yeah, Chatham, a team that we've struggled with, tied with them. And then obviously lost 5-2 after the poor start of Hunter Olmlid. If you didn't hear, Hunter Olmlid was released from the team. And the Braves have added a few new arms to the roster, something that has been a welcome addition for us. What a bunt.
What a bunt. Here comes Anderson. Can he get the throw in time? They say he was not in time. Safe with the bunt is Benjamin Blackwell, sending it to Peyton Chatinier in the top of the order. A brilliant bunt on the third base line. Nothing really Max Anderson could do there.
The second baseman from Ole Miss, number 3.
Just what
Chatinier.
you teach someone and what you teach batters about as perfect a bunt as you could place. With one out, an Orleans Firebirds take over. First in the top of the order, Peyton Chatinier has only gotten on base once today. Of his 2 appearances, 1 walk. 0 for 1 in the third, he struck out swinging. Chatinier jumps back. But yeah, we have, I mean, moving forward, Reeves, this is going to be a team that you have to keep your eye on, especially when it comes to the changes in the bullpen and the changes in the pitching, and with the projected departures coming in. And you know, we see often SEC players leave just before the playoffs because school is starting, and the ever-present culture of the bullpens depleting towards the playoffs. Austin Parsley might be a guy that becomes and has good reason to become your ace moving into the playoffs. That one is drilled foul.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think Austin Parsley has honestly kind of settled into that role for the Braves. Obviously, he was an all-star along with Jake Bennett. I think when you look at this Braves team, I don't think there's necessarily one ace. I'm not saying the Braves have 3 of the 3 best pitchers in the league and they have 3 aces, but you have 3 guys that could take that ace role. Austin Parsley, Jake Bennett, and even that 1 start out of Tristan Vreeling. Although I'm more of a fan of Vreeling out of the bullpen. I think in a playoff scenario, Vreeling could provide such valuable innings, 5 through 9, 4 through 8, whenever you want to throw Tristan. I'd say 5 through 9, you get a starter to go 4, and you have Vreeling come in for the rest of that game.
1-1. Chatinier fouls this one off. Parsley ahead with Blackwell on first.
And that's the nice thing. Hopefully, we'll get to keep Eric Adler throughout the duration of the season and into the postseason play, because Adler is a guy who just throws the back end of the game. He throws one inning. So Eric Adler is a guy you could realistically use 2, maybe 3 nights in a row if you end up going to 3 games in that best-of-3 series. But if you just use him for 2 days, you sweep a team in the first round, well, then potentially you have Eric Adler saved up for a championship.
Well, we might see Adler later, but Austin Parsley gets another strikeout after Chatinier looks at one on a 2-2 count. And the 2-spot hitter, Luke Keishel, who singled in the first and flew out to center in the third inning, steps up to the plate. Chatinier now 0 for 2 on the day. And as you mentioned, Reeves, Eric Adler, I unsung hero, a guy who doesn't get a lot of eyes on him, and that one singled right up the middle to center, and Joe Lampe gets it in quickly, but that's another base knock with 2 outs. Parsley going to have to do a bit more work to get out of this top of the 5th, but Eric Adler is so effective and is in the game for so little time because he's so effective that often he's looked over as far as complete and utter stars on this team.
Well, I think part of it, too, is because he has been so successful, it's almost expected. So I think sometimes you lose a bit of the glamour and glory when you do your job every night because it's expected. But I think that's what makes Eric Adler so great. Because he hasn't allowed a run this year, when he doesn't allow a run, it's nothing spectacular, at least to our eyes when we talk about it, because it's what he's done. And it is spectacular. That's the thing. We don't try to not make it sound spectacular, but it's just what he does, and that's what makes him so good. And I think that the fact that it's such a normal thing for Adler to do that speaks even louder about the job that he's done this season.
Well, 1-1 count to DeLauder, who has had his hands full in center field today. That's 4 flyouts to him in center. Chopper right over there at second is Schobel. He flicks it over to Dalton Rushing, stranding 2 Firebirds on the base path, moving towards the bottom of the 5th. A 1-1 East versus West battle at Doran Park, knotted up and going to the later half of this game. We'll be back with the Bourne Braves bats going in a few moments. Max Anderson comes to the plate, and we might have rain coming here to Doran Park. A huge, what looks like rain cloud, dark and ominous, coming from behind us, and it looks like it's coming right for Bourne. This is the same weather that put the Hyannis-Katuitt game on a pause, but we are through the middle of the 5th, going to the bottom of the 5th, and the 5th opportunity here for the Braves bats to get going. Max Anderson with his 3rd, 2 fly balls to DeLauder in center. 1 came in the first inning and 1 in the 2nd, but Reeves, we might have to make an escape plan soon enough.
You got one ready?
Get inside as quick as possible with the computer and the sound mixer.
Hopefully it misses us. It still could. Never know. But quickly, as you mentioned, ominous, good word. And as you mentioned off air in the middle of the inning, kind of getting cooler out, isn't it?
Yeah, you can feel the pressure dropping.
Yeah, 79 at first pitch, and that was just over an hour ago. Now 70.
Anderson chops that one down to third. Can Keishel make the throw? He does. A dribbler right into the glove of Locklear for out number 1. Max Anderson is 0 for 3, something you don't see very often from the Nebraska Cornhusker and the Big Ten freshman of the year. It just hasn't been his day at the plate. Yet he's hitting it hard, Reeves, just can't find the gaps.
Yeah, no, he is. Hitting the ball hard. Obviously, the first 2 balls, you can argue that second one, as you mentioned, it likely would have been out of the park in any other part of this field. But even the first one, give it a shot to right center.
Rushing rips one into right center. Coming in is Marcano. That's out number 2. And another hard hit line drive to right field. Just too far right to drop into the gap over there in right center. Out 2, and quickly we're facing 2 outs. But Braylon Wimmer, if we know anything, he's effective with 2 outs on the day. He's 2 for 2, 1 double in the first and 1 single in the third. That double in the first scored Christian Knapczyk, and the only run for the Braves this game.
And have that beautiful bunt single. So Braylon, as you mentioned, 2 away from something special.
And we know he has the power to do so, especially with that bat coming back from the beginning of the season, where he started off the season with 2 home runs in 2 games, one of which came in the home opener against the Hyannis Harbor Hawks here at Dorn Park.
Yeah, we know he's got speed too. If he cracked one down that right field line and rolled around in that oddly shaped corner.
1-1 after a breaking ball drifts upstairs. So Braylon Wimmer from South Carolina, 2023 class for the Gamecocks. 1-1. Now 2-1, and his role is amplified, especially with the departure of Caden Wallace, the Arkansas Razorback, who is often seen at the 4 spot and really, we thought, might have been a snub for the All-Star selection. 3-1.
Caden Wallace. Yeah, absolutely. Saw some lightning just strike off in the distance. So hopefully that stays away. But yeah, no, absolutely. Definitely thought Caden was a snub. He was hitting about as well as any other hitter in the league. But well-deserved for Braylon. And what a hot start to the year he had with those 2 homers in the first 2 games. And the one that wrapped around the foul pole, what seemed like yesterday against Hyannis here. When Rushing also cracked one to right center.
Well, full count and a payoff pitch from Thomas. And how about these starting pitchers, both of which going through 5 innings, so they're setting themselves up for the win. In any case, the payoff pitch, that one's taken DeLauder's way. He's chasing it in. And a fly out will end the bottom of the 5th. We're going to the 6th in this quick matchup of East versus West on Military Appreciation Night, where the Braves are wearing their reds and camo hats. And we'll be back with the 6th inning just moments away.
Number 5, Ben Etheridge.
Ben Etheridge from Southern Miss takes over for Austin Parsley, who's gone through 5 innings, only letting up 1 hit or 1 run in 5 hits for the Firebirds, and another impressive outing from the UNCG pitcher.
Yeah, Austin Parsley was great. Ben Etheridge taking over. Ben Etheridge has been phenomenal for the Braves as of late, but he's got a tough task to start with Tyler Locklear, who launched that homer back in the 4th inning. But talking about Ben Etheridge, 13 innings on the year, a 4.84 ERA. Obviously, 5 of those 7 runs came in 1 outing, so just 2 for the rest of the season.
Locklear responds with a grounder to short, gunned over by Christian Knapczyk for out number 1. Knapczyk and Schobel continue to play merry-go-round over there in the middle of the infield. You never know which is which, and from our vantage point, you know they're the same height,
Yes,
same build.
exactly.
It's tough to tell who's starting
They're
where.
both tan.
Yeah. Both in the ACC.
Yes, exactly. They're both, yeah, you just mentioned, same height.
They both hit it well, right?
Yeah, middle infield, both hit it well. One's a lefty, though, one's a righty, but defensively, you wouldn't be able to tell that with obviously both being infielders.
A great pitch from Etheridge there. 0-1 to start it out for McKenzie, who was 0 for 2 on the day and not helping his 196 average he came into the game with. Etheridge with 12 strikeouts on the season and just over now 13 innings pitched. Chopped and missed, 0-2 now, and looking for strikeout number 13. And Etheridge from Southern Miss, we just got a new pitcher from Southern Miss, and boy, he looks like a stretch forward, not a pitcher.
Yeah, no, he looks like, I think he looks like a stretch four. He really does. Looks like he should be playing basketball at Southern Miss in the Conference USA and not baseball. 6'9", Mr. Stewart.
0-2. Responded with a ball on the outside. 1-2 now with 1 out.
And Tyler Stewart, 6'9", 240, a sophomore from, hope I don't butcher this, Kankakee, Illinois?
Let me give it a go as the 1-2 comes from Etheridge fouled. I think you got it right. Kankakee.
Yeah.
Kankakee, Illinois.
Yeah. There we go. Look at that. If you approve, Daniel, that's all I need.
We'll roll with it for now.
Roll with it.
Until he finally gets an appearance, and then we should probably get that under control. But the 1-2 here, chopped right over to Schobel. He backhands it and blocks it in front of him for a great play in the middle of the infield there from the Virginia Tech Hokie.
Yeah, it's just so easy for Schobel on a play that really isn't. And that's why he's, in my opinion, the best defender on this team. Zach Agnos a close second. I'm talking about all defenders in the infield. Infield alone, obviously hard to compare infielders and outfielders defensively. But infielders alone, I'd give the edge to Schobel just over Zach Agnos, just because of his speedy ability to move in the middle infield.
Another hard hit ball towards the right field and not able for Colby Thomas to make it in time. And Trey Harmon, first base hit of the game, and another hard hit ball from Harmon. Most of those we've been seeing leak foul down the left field line, but that one poked the other way.
Yeah, Trey said, you know what, I'm not going to try to mess around and hit a home run here because it's probably going to go foul, so I'll just take the first breaking ball that Etheridge throws me, and I'll just poke it into right field.
The cloud behind us is still looming. It's over us right now, and we still don't have any rain, and this is the same forecast that delayed the Hyannis-Cotuit game for a decent amount of time. But the good news here is that we have gotten through the middle of the 5th, so whatever happens, there will be a final. The 0-0 to Justin Mickness. 6 hits apiece for either side and 1 run apiece as that one drifts towards the outside corner. 1-0 with Trey Harmon getting his first hit of the game here in the 6th inning.
You know, Orleans wearing their height doesn't measure heart uniforms that were made by Marcus Stroman. Pretty cool. Obviously, Stroman still a strong connection with Orleans. And you got that logo on the upper left.
Corey
Corey Acton pinch running over there for Trey Harmon at first.
And Stroman's still very active as far as his involvement and social media presence with the team. And there is the Thunder behind us.
My goodness.
Looks like the umpire is calling time, and there's going to be a meeting between the umpires in blue, and we might have a stoppage here for the first time this game as Thunder roars in the background here at Doran Park in this 1-1 game.
Yeah, if they saw lightning, this game's getting called just like it did against Harwich.
And it looks like they're calling all of the players to come in. And this Friday night evening that started out with a perfect temperature, perfect forecast, has yet again proven to be another victim of poor weather down here on the Cape this summer. We'll be back when it is safe to do so, and we hope you stick with us.
All right, Braves are in a little bit of a hybrid rain delay, lightning delay. I'm down here on the sideline. I got Zach Agnos with me. And we talked about the legend of the Pine Tar Ball. And we got it here. Zach has the off night tonight, so he's the keeper of the Pine Tar Ball tonight. You know, Nick and I talked about it pregame. It was on the podcast day with Joe Lampe, Nick, and Reeves, a play-by-play voice. But for those that don't know, Pine Tar Ball keeper tonight, what's the history with this baseball?
It was originally founded by Joe and Colby, I believe. I just kind of jumped in on this. I kept adding layers to the last one, and I think I'm not 100% sure, but I think we change them out after every time we lose, and so we lost the other night. So they put me on duty of creating a new one, using a little bit different pine tar, Rawlings. Knapp took my Tiger stick earlier. I guess it was okay. I guess it worked for him. He has 2 knocks right now, but we work with what we got, and it's coming along pretty well right now, so can't complain.
Well, let's talk about the significance of this ball. Is this just what kind of luck has this ball given the team this year?
Some knocks, some wins. You name it, it gave us it. Nothing bad comes with this ball. That's basically it.
Nothing bad comes with the ball, so you're going to keep it going, and you have to add new layers to it, and every time you lose, the ball is gone. Do I got that right?
Correct.
All right. We've talked enough about the ball. Let's talk about Zach Agnos here. Well, that's what the people really want to hear about. Yeah, right?
That's right.
So we were talking about what you wanted to do while we're down here in the rain delay. You said, we'll go Pine Tar Ball. I said, all right, we'll get the Pine Tar Ball out of the way. And I'm going to go quick facts about Zach Agnos.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of some questions to ask Zach Agnos, but let's start off where my mind goes. Let's go favorite pizza topping.
Ooh, I can only pick one?
Pizza topping.
Oh, it's got to be pepperoni. Big fan of pepperoni. Sometimes it gets a little greasy, but, I kind of like grease.
Now you can go multiple.
Okay, multiple?
You can order one pizza.
All right, pepperoni bacon, hands down, with a side of ranch, maybe 2. I like my ranch.
Are you a ranch on the crust guy?
Oh, yeah. I can't eat the crust unless it has ranch on it.
Really? What if you threw Chick-fil-A sauce on it?
Not a fan of Chick-fil-A sauce. Yeah. I'm sorry.
What?
I know.
All right, so you go to Chick-fil-A. What's your sauce?
The ranch.
Oh my, you're killing me. Now you're making me move here because you're sitting in the chair. So my catching days are long over. So I gotta get out of this squat here. All right, so Chick-fil-A, you go with ranch. Yeah. That is outlandish.
Why?
Who doesn't like Chick-fil-A sauce?
Me? X?
Come on.
Connor?
Polynesian.
Also very good.
That is no.
Buffalo sauce is very good at ranch. At Chick-fil-A.
All right. So you go French fries and ranch.
Yeah, and then I got a big order, so I get two number ones, only one meal, and then I get a Cobb salad, and I'll ask for 5 things of ranch, and whatever I don't use on the 2 sandwiches, I'll put on the salad.
Do I get confirmation? Xavier Levitz, I don't know if you can see him on the camera here. You approve.
Okay. Yeah.
2 number ones. You upgrade to the large fry? That's the play.
Yeah, and then you get a large half sweet tea, half lemonade, because they got the best sweet tea and they have really good lemonade.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got your Chick-fil-A order. We got your pizza topping order. I'm gonna go. You're an academic, a very smart guy. So let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Favorite subject in school.
PE.
Jim. Favorite English, math, science, history. Give me something.
I gotta go with history. My mom's a math tutor. Sorry, Mom. Math just didn't click for me as well as it did for her. History's kind of my go-to. So. Give
me a history fact.
The Declaration of Independence was signed July 4th, 1776.
All right, there we go. That's something. All right. We got Chick-fil-A, we got pizza, we got school.
Yeah.
Okay. If you weren't playing baseball, what other sport would you be playing?
Not home run derby.
Basketball.
Basketball.
Yeah. Me and Moylan, we go to the Y and lift at the Y. Coach Godwin might not like this. I kind of hope he doesn't see this, but we'll play some basketball there, have some fun.
Okay, all right. Who's better?
Oh, me. Not even close.
Where's Josh?
Josh.
Come here, Josh. We'll get Josh Moylan over here to confirm.
He's gonna. Before he comes, he's gonna deny it. Like when we played last time, I've beat him every time in around the world, and we played a 4v4, and I destroyed him.
You ever play him one-on-one?
No. He doesn't.
You got to come down here because he's got to come sit. But he says he is a far superior basketball player than you.
Give me this.
there's different aspects to the game. Zach, I will say, is quicker and can handle the ball better. But I'll take him any day in a shooting contest. Look, and here he goes. He's going to deny. He's going to deny. Listen, he's going to deny because we play child's games when we go and play basketball. In a real game, I'm a far superior shooter.
Your response? No response. That's no response.
And he has nothing to say because he knows the truth.
All right, you know what? I'm going to get my boy Cal in here. He's going to video the next game we play.
All right.
And we're going to see what happens because this dude – the only time he was beating me, he airballed and had to go all the way back to the start.
All right, we'll get video on this game.
Okay,
we'll get video on this game. It's going to be a 1v1?
We can do whatever.
Whatever. Anytime, any place.
That sounds great. Come to the Y in Wareham. Gleason Family YMCA in Wareham. That's where we'll be.
All right. Well, that seems like a big contest. We're going through it here. You know, we're going through.
I put 50 on the game.
Come on now.
That's against the NCAA rules.
Yes.
Just kidding, I don't.
All right, we're still chilling down here. You know, you guys college teammates, right? A couple of East Carolina guys. Let's talk about, give me a fact about Josh a lot of people don't know.
He has a third nipple. Am I allowed to say that?
Nope.
I'm not allowed to say it?
I don't know. He said it, so it's done now.
I mean, that's the first thing that comes to mind. I wasn't expecting it. He just kind of told me about it, and I was like, wow. That was his interesting fact.
That is an interesting fact.
It was very interesting.
Give me something else.
What else is there, Josh?
That's the game. That's the game. You're supposed to know.
I'll give you some interesting facts about myself.
No one wants to hear you give facts about yourself. Give me
why?
facts about
I have
Zach.
great ones about Zach. Oh God. I think probably the most interesting fact about Zach is we came into Cape Cod not looking for girlfriends. And Zach, we've only been here not too long, and Zach is definitely in a relationship now. So not how we planned, not what we were looking for, but hey, he's happy. That's all.
Well, let's just say before you respond here. Well, before you respond, both of your interesting facts are pretty weak.
Okay,
for being honest.
Okay.
Right.
Josh Moylan leads the nation in pimp balls that don't go over the fence.
That's factual.
All right, so that's a confirmation. We got one thing.
Okay, there we go. What else is there? I don't know.
All right, so we're at a fact. We can move on to the next question.
Next question.
I got to think of the next one. Okay, East Carolina, best team dinner you guys had at East Carolina.
Ooh, you got Texas Roadhouse, which is really good. You got Plaza Azteca, which is a Mexican restaurant, so good. I got to go with KPW. Pasta place. They have this Cajun pasta. It's one of the best things I've ever ate in my life. I gave it to my sister after a game one time because they were starving, and she, I don't even know how to explain it, but fell in love with the pasta.
All right. This confirmation on that?
I'd say it's pretty good.
Okay.
I think the best for me, I can't remember the name of the restaurant, but we get a Dominican dinner sometimes. It's chopped up steak, chicken, fajitas. It is the bomb. Dominican restaurant. It's pretty good. Zach can admit it's pretty good. It's definitely my favorite.
All right, so we got the best food. Best opposing stadium to play at.
Ooh.
In conference, out of conference.
I really liked playing at Georgia Southern's field.
Okay.
I think it's J.I. Clement.
If you say so.
I believe so. Don't quote me on that. But it was fun. I mean, it's not a huge stadium. It's just they have really good fans there. And I like getting chirped. I think it's fun. I think it makes the game fun. So they had a bunch of college kids sitting right by third base, just let me hear it, giving me an earful. So.
All right, best place to play in the American.
Ooh. I haven't played everywhere yet.
Okay.
I really like Cincinnati. It's just really cool because the stands are so steep, so it feels like people are right on top of you.
All right. Josh, favorite in conference, out of conference?
Well, I can agree with the in conference. I think Cincinnati is definitely the coolest. It's all sloped down, so they literally feel like they're right around you. But I think out of conference, honestly, and I know this is probably going to sound because everybody thinks this, but I thought Vanderbilt was pretty cool. When we were going out on the field and all the speakers they had, you couldn't even hear yourself. So I thought it was pretty cool, and obviously it's a super regional, so that made it even more cool. But, yeah, I like that place. It was fun.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for taking us through this rain delay. Our time is up down here on the sidelines, but Zach, Josh, thank you so much. Reeves, back up to you up top. Oh.
Some Linux, some Servideo.
All right, Braves still in a rain delay here against Orleans, and I'm joined by. Is it too loud?
No, you're good.
First time on air. We got Aaron, the trainer, up here with us. You know, Aaron, welcome to the broadcast. You said it's your 14th season in the league, first time on air.
Yes, first time on air.
You nervous?
Yes.
Oh, well, the camera's not on, so look at the field here as the Braves and Orleans Firebirds still playing in a rain delay here. Now, 14th season, you've been around the Cape Cod League a little bit. Just talk about this season and how it's been different to other years you've been in the dugout.
I think this is the first season that right off the bat the players really gelled. They weren't ever shy. They were best friends from the beginning, and I think it really shows the way they play, the way they have fun every game. I've never seen a team be this close this fast.
And I said it was your 14th year in the league, but first with the Braves. So how has that transition been like coming over from Hyannis to Bourne? Any differences? How's that transition been like?
I mean, the commute's a lot quicker. It's only 15 minutes from my house instead of 45 minutes, but everything's about the same. Players about the same. Coaching staff's about the same. It's just a different field. Same thing as the last 14 years.
All right, so we're gonna go back down memory lane here. I want you to give me. I know you talk a lot about the 2015 Hyannis Harbor Hawks team that featured a lot of big leaguers now, but in your 14 years doing this, do you have like a specific moment? What has been your favorite moment?
Oh, let me think. Okay, so 2015 final round of the playoffs, Dakota Hudson pitches a gem at home in front of tons and tons of people. He struggled at school that season, struggled up here a little bit. He lost his scholarship, was fighting for a right to play, and he pitched really well up here, pitched really, really well in that game, and came off with a big smile and tears in his eyes and gave me a hug and thanked me for everything, and I think that's probably like my quintessential Cape League moment.
And now St. Louis Cardinals, Dakota Hudson, right?
He is.
So it's safe to say you're a Cardinals fan?
When Dakota's pitching, I'm a Cardinals fan.
Okay, so, around this team, you're with the guys in there every day. What is your favorite part of the job, and what brings you to the ballpark every evening?
I think it's really just realizing that these guys are up here playing for a chance to play in the big leagues and helping them stay calm, stay happy, healthy, and just seeing them have fun playing the games that they love to do. And this team's really, really nice, really appreciative of everything, and they make coming to the ballpark every day easy.
So, there's only 10 trainers in the league, right, with the 10 teams. So it's not easy to get in the door. So 14 years back, how did you get your first job in the league?
So I needed a summer internship for my program, so I reached out to every single team, and Hyannis reached out to me, and I interviewed with Bill Boussier, who was the GM at the time, and now is in the league as a pretty high-up guy, and he interviewed me on Mother's Day, and I told him I was with my grandmother, and he said anyone that hangs out with his grandmother on Mother's Day can be our trainer, and that's how I got my training position at Hyannis, and I've been here forever. That's
a great story. The rain's still coming down here at Doran Park. Rain coming down, probably the hardest it's been, so Erin's sticking in there. She's a trooper here as we, talking about training, what it looks like in the Cape Cod League. So 14 years, you've been through a lot. Is there a moment, we already talked about your favorite moment, but is there a moment like, you're like, wow, this is why I do this?
So I think it was probably 2 or 3 years ago in Hyannis. We had a pitcher take a line drive off his head, off the bat of another player, and I went out there, and it was a lot scarier than it looked scarier than it actually was, but I was out there with him. We took him to the hospital. He begged and pleaded to stay with us. We put him on a little disabled list and brought him back, and he got drafted this year, and I feel like if I wasn't the one there for him, then he may have been sent home and not listened to his pleas. So I'm just really happy I got the chance to make that decision.
Wow, that's a great moment. 14 years, you still love it? You still love doing the job?
Every day.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time here in this rain delay as the Braves and Orleans Firebirds trying to get back out on the field. Aaron, thanks so much for joining me.
You're welcome.
Doing a little bit of Aaron's out. We got a player up here now. A little transition there. Christian Knapczyk, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Happy you can join me as we speak through this rain delay talk here.
Oh, yeah.
Christian, this rain better not cool you off, dude. You're red hot. You're 2 hits tonight already in this game, whereas we sit here in the 5th inning, riding an 8-game hitting streak. What has clicked for you with the dish, dude?
I don't. To be honest, I've been just trying to hit fastballs. I mean, I'm just trying to not miss them. I'm just trying to hit fastballs and get the pitch that I want early in the count. I mean, I've noticed that I've started to get 0-2 a lot, but, I feel comfortable 0-2. Like, I know that he still has to throw me a pitch that I could hit and a pitch in the zone. And I'm just trying to fight off pitches, just try to help this team win, walk when I can, and just try to put the ball in play. So I'm just trying to do that.
So I talked to your teammate, Dalton Rushing, teammates at Louisville, right? Louisville?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Louisville.
Louisville, all right. Well, agree to disagree there. But and he said, that I asked him what the difference was between school and here, and he told me it's easier to hit because he sees a lot more fastballs.
Yeah.
You say you're sitting fastballs, so do you see the same thing? Are you seeing more fastballs here than you did at school?
I mean, I think the scouting reports are different at school. Like they know more of how to pitch to us. And I found out that like I started to get spin early, like I was getting pitched behind or pitched backwards. So I mean, it's kind of the same, but I mean it's a little more fastball oriented here. They just kind of try to light up the radar gun and try to light up the radar gun and just don't miss that pitch, I guess.
So you're always sitting on the heater.
Yeah, just react to off speed, just try to get your pitch to hit. So
another different aspect about hitting here is the transition from metal to wood. That's obviously different for different players, but what has that transition been like to you? Has it been seamless? Did it put you off for a little bit? What has that transition been like?
I mean, I haven't really found like I like hitting with wood. I'd almost rather hit with wood because it's more true. Like, if you get jammed, like with a metal bat, you can still hit the ball hard. But if you get jammed with a wood bat, like, it helps out the pitchers a lot for sure.
Yeah,
it helps out the pitchers. I mean, I don't know. I like the way it sounds. I like the way it feels. Like when you barrel up a ball with wood, you're like, all right, like that felt good. It kind of gives you that confidence. It kind of gives you that mojo. So, I like it.
Yeah, you mentioned how it helps the pitchers out a lot, and the Braves pitching staff this season has been excellent.
Awesome. That bullpen's just electric down there.
You're playing every day in the middle of the infield.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me how easy it is playing behind a bullpen that is, and a pitching staff that has been so dominant.
This pitching staff is amazing. Like, obviously there's some clowns down there. They get the whole team just laughing. And when they get on the mound, of course they're locked in, and they know that we're going to play defense behind them. They trust us. We trust them. So it's just been awesome to play behind them. I mean, they pound the ball in the zone. They're not walking a lot of guys. They're keeping their defense active. So it's just been awesome to play behind them.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about. Their MO is to fill up in the zone. So as a player in the middle of the infield, you always have to be on your toes.
Yeah.
Is that something that you like? Always ready to go?
I love that. But I mean, this pitching staff with the strikeouts.
Yeah.
We've been striking out a lot of guys. So like half the time I'm just like, if they get ahead in the count, I'm like, this dude's just gonna strike out. Like, I can just chill for a little bit. You know what I'm talking about? But no, it's been awesome. I mean, they're just competing. It's been amazing. Like, they just compete. They just keep throwing strikes in the zone. It's just fun to play behind. So I think that's like been a big part of our success is pitching and defense.
Yeah, I just want to talk about you personally, your experience here on the Cape. I'm sure it's been a complete change of scenery. I don't know if you've been to New England, been to the Cape before this?
I've never been on the East Coast before this. Or
wow.
I lied. I've been to Cooperstown before, but besides that.
So this is your first time in New England?
Yes.
So what has the differences been? Has there been any adjustments you've had to make, or what has that experience been like coming to New England for the first time?
I mean, I grew up in Chicago, so I mean the weather.
Yep.
It's kind of the same. Like you really don't know what to expect every day. I mean, it's rain, it's cold, it can get hot. You don't know what's gonna happen. So I mean, it's not really a big deal to me because like a Midwestern guy, like it's kind of the same.
Yeah.
It's not like we're the South, like where it's always hot, it's always muggy. But I don't know, it's just been fun down here.
Well, I take responsibility for the weather tonight. I talked about in our pregame show how this might be the best night for baseball we've had all year at the beginning, and now rain continues to come down in Durham Park. We're still in a rain delay. Tarps are still in the field. You know, you talked about how you're coming to New England, but how's it been like living with the host family?
Oh, the host family's awesome. I'm staying with Lois and Peter Wack. They make dinner for us every night. They are so nice. I mean, we go over to Tracy's and Steve's house sometimes just to like chill with the boys and play pool. I mean, they've been awesome. Like, they're so welcoming, so nice, and I'm just grateful for a family to let us come live in their home. So it's been awesome.
So what has the meals been like?
Whoa. She makes a lot. She tries to put a lot of meat and spaghetti.
Bulk you guys up.
Bulk us up. I need to gain weight. But meat, spaghetti, bunch of protein. There's a lot of like meatball subs. a lot of rice, chicken, so it's been awesome. Every time we come back from the field, we got a home-cooked meal waiting for us, so it's awesome. It's awesome.
So who are you living with? Are you living by yourself? Do you have guys on the team with you?
I'm with Dalton and Tristan.
So how's it been like? I mean, Dalton and you, I don't know if you room together at school, but you go to school together.
Yeah.
So, but how's it been like living in a host family's house with Dalton and Tristan?
Oh, it's been awesome. We bond together. We're always in the basement just playing video games. Like, we're eating together. We're going to lift together. So it's basically just like having like two brothers who are just doing everything together. We go to the field. It's been awesome. So.
All right, important question. You rocking PS4? You rocking Xbox One?
PS4, 100%.
All right, and what disc is going in that console?
It's been MLB The Show lately.
All right.
MLB The Show. I'm a big 2K guy, too.
All
Big
right.
Call of Duty. I know I love my Call of Duty. I know, like, during the fall, like, when we were in quarantine and stuff, we just run Call of Duty all day. This headset wouldn't come off my head the whole day.
Yeah, I noticed that when I had Erin on. It was her first time on air. She kind of struggled to put the headset on.
Yeah.
It was a pretty smooth transition over to you.
I've done this many a times before. It's awesome, though, but, yeah.
All right, so MLB The Show, I assume you guys play against each other.
Oh, no. Well, we play online games, so, like,
Okay.
we'll play against like random people, and like we try to build up our team.
Yep. All right. So it's together. So, give me a ranking, 1 to 3. Who's the best, and who do you not want to hand the controller to?
You don't want. I'm the best. First
Okay.
of all.
Obvious answer.
I can handle my sticks well, but Dalton has his slumps. Obviously.
Okay.
Dalton has his slumps.
He's up and down.
He's up and down. If he's locked in, you want to give him the controller because he'll hit a bomb every single time. It's
Okay.
a little perfect
When he's
action.
not.
When he's not, he's just not locked in. Like, you could tell, like, he's on his phone. He's not.
Okay. All right. It's all about attention to detail.
It's all about the attention to detail. It's all about what we're seeing, but I don't know. We get back from the field and we'll play a couple games, then we'll be the show, and we'll go to sleep and we'll do it all over again.
What about Tristan? How's he?
Tristan hasn't played yet, but he's a big Rocket League guy.
Okay.
That's Rocket League.
Yeah.
With the
cars and the ball.
Yeah, exactly. So he's a big Rocket League guy. He actually didn't bring any PlayStation, so I let him use my PS4 because I got Rocket League downloaded, and we just play on Dalton's PS4. So
Okay.
it's been good.
So you mentioned Dalton's been in and out and playing MLB The Show,
Yeah,
but here at Dorian, he's been locked in.
Oh.
I mean, he's your teammate. What can you say about the success he's had this season?
I mean, as a pitcher, and I saw Dalton walking up to the plate, I would not want any part of him. Like, his presence he has on the field is just amazing. Like, he walks up to the plate and you're like, all right, like, I don't know what to throw this guy because he's gonna hammer any pitch I throw. So I mean, he's been barreling balls. I know he probably hasn't hit as well as he wanted to, but he shows himself every day. He's an awesome teammate. He's an awesome player on the field. Like, he's just one of a kind. So it's been awesome.
And when he hits a home run, he hits it far.
He hits it far.
And he lets the other team know about it. All right.
Yeah, he does. Yes,
so that brings you to my next question. The Braves have hit a bunch of home runs this year.
Uh-huh.
So who has the best bat flip?
Who has the best bat flip? I got to go with Colby Thomas.
I was going to say, Colby had a pretty good one last
The walk-off, I mean, he stood there and he watched it. I knew it was going off the bat. I looked at him, and the ball was over the fence, and he's still at home plate. I'm like, all right, this is crazy. No better feeling than a walk-off home run or a home run in general, like, for your teammates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it's just the best feeling. Like, you're so happy for them that they got their pitch to hit, and they hit a just absolute bomb with it. So it's been fun.
So the Braves have hit home runs all over the Cape this season. You guys have played at all 10 fields.
Uh-huh.
Do you have a favorite besides Doran Park? What's your favorite field you've played on?
Oh, YD.
Really?
YD.
Why YD?
It's so small.
Okay.
That's my only shot to hit a home run. So I'll play at YD whenever. So
if the fence was moved back 40 feet at YD, would that still be your favorite?
No. All right. So the nicest field, like the nicest infield, I liked Harwich. Harwich had
really?
a very
Okay,
good
White House
field
Field in Harwich. Yeah.
Yes, Harwich had a very nice field. So the surface was nice and like wet, like kind of like an MLB stadium. So
how do the fields compare to the fields you played at school?
I mean,
obviously they're smaller, right?
Yeah,
obviously they're much smaller.
Yeah. Like dirt-wise, or like the fields in general?
The playing surface.
The playing
itself.
surface. I mean, at these Division I parks, I mean, you can't get better than that.
Yeah. Okay.
Like
all right.
they got grounds crew just watering it. Like They got 7th inning dudes just running the field, like dragging it in the middle of the game. So and they keep it nice and wet. So it's been nice.
So So are you a turf or a grass guy?
I'm a turf guy.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a
okay.
turf
So
guy.
you like the fields out here, but why turf?
Yeah. You get your true hops. Like you don't got to worry about the ball bouncing.
Doesn't
up,
it come in
bouncing down.
faster though?
It depends on the turf. So like Louisville's turf, it's like it's more fast when it gets wet. Like it skips.
Yep.
But like if you go to like where did we play? Like Notre Dame, that's a very it's very bouncy and it's very it like dives the ball down. So like
I feel now that I asked that, I feel like you got a little bit of bias here because Louisville plays on turf.
Oh yeah.
Well, have you ever had a ground ball that you're like, okay, I got this, and it bounces over your head?
Actually, in the ACC tournament, we were playing on dirt in where was it? North Carolina. But it was the AAA field where the White Sox play.
The Durham Bulls.
Yeah, no, that's
no Charlotte. Charlotte Knights. Okay.
So we were playing Georgia Tech. Ground ball hit straight at me. It was dirt. Hit like a little rock or something and flew over my head. I'm like, I've never seen that before. But it was just crazy because it was coming straight toward me. I'm like, I went down to field it, hit a rock, just bounced right over my head. Almost smoked me in the face. It was so crazy.
That's been the craziest ground ball you've had.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Has there been a ball that you've hit, and you're like, wow, how did that ball do that? Anything that comes in your mind?
Actually, when we were playing at Falmouth the first time, when I hit a ground ball, and it bounced up over his head.
Yes.
And I got a double out of it. So that's probably I got so lucky.
I'm glad you mentioned that play because it sparked my memory of one of your hits this year. Okay, take me back to this at bat, Hyannis. Right? Mm-hmm. You squared a bunt, and you hit it over the pitcher's head. The pitcher comes in to field the bunt, and you line it over the pitcher's head. That was all part of the plan, right?
I like to tell people that, but so the plan was we had a guy on second. I was just trying to, guy on first, right?
Yep.
Caden
guy on first. Yeah, you're trying to bunt him over.
Yeah. I was just trying to bunt it to first base, and I don't know what happened with my barrel, but my barrel dropped a little bit. And it just popped over his head, and it worked out. So, and then when I got on second that inning, the shortstop was like, "Did you mean to do that?" He's like, "'Cause it really looked like you meant to do that." And I was just like,
"Yeah, I did."
Yeah, I mean, let's do it. Yeah, I meant to do that. So that was pretty funny. I did not mean to do that at all. It just worked out for me.
That was one of my favorite moments because it went from a situation where oh no, he popped out the bunt, he's gonna hit a new double play. And then, you start clapping because it goes over his head.
I was like, wow. It can't get better than that.
It can't get better than that.
It can't get better than that.
And it's not like you need a knock, too, because you've been hitting them all year. So, Christian, thanks so much for your time here. We're gonna switch heads. Another player, got Zach Agnos coming up.
Hey, Zach, how you doing, buddy?
Not you.
All right, yeah.
But Christian, thanks so much for hanging out and joining me in this rain delay.
I'm gonna give this to my fellow left side third baseman, Zach Agnos. How you doing?
All right, Christian, thanks so much as we rotate the headsets. Let's see. He got a pretty good.
What a guy right there.
You had no problem putting on the headset either.
No.
Because we talked. Aaron came up here. Aaron, you're a big fan of Aaron, the trainer down there. Does a great job. Great job for the team.
Great job. Keeps us on the field.
And it was her first time being on air, so she put the microphone on, and she's like, "How do you put this on?" But Christian, with his experience, he told me with his experience on the PS4, put it on no problem.
Yeah, long nights on Fortnite and MLB The Show, you know how that is. I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. Aaron likes to think she's pretty smart. I think she's pretty smart, but apparently not when it comes to electronics.
I think you've played more Fortnite and more MLB The Show than she has.
Possibly. Highly likely.
Yeah, so Christian was saying he played a lot of MLB. Have you ever played Christian in MLB The Show?
He doesn't want it.
He doesn't want to play
it.
So you think you're pretty good?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I haven't played since I've been up here, actually.
Okay,
so
you're rusty. You're rusty. I think Christian has you then if you play.
Yeah, he does. I've been watching Josh. Josh plays a lot.
Okay.
Every night. So just trying to.
Josh, you're trying to learn from the best.
No, absolutely not. when I'm in my prime, nobody touches me. Nobody.
But right now, though, you'd be like, okay.
For sure.
Then
right
go
now,
back and then hop on the sticks. Challenge Josh.
I will. There's not really many extra TVs laying around our house, so.
You got two controllers?
Yeah, but it's not the same. I like to play some Diamond Dynasty, so go online, play against other people online.
Okay, absolutely.
Have some fun with that, but it's not the same. and it is what it is. You know, I'm gonna get back on the sticks pretty soon.
Yeah.
And start grinding.
And the world is gonna know.
Oh, everybody will know when they see Aggie at the top of the leaderboard.
Aggie, that's the PSN to look out for.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say the rest of it because I don't want people out of me randomly.
Okay. All right.
I got a friends limit, you know.
Okay, I got you.
I'm pretty close to it. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, off air, I'll ask you, and we'll face off.
Yeah,
you and I, we gotta get a game in.
We'll get on the sticks.
We'll hop on the sticks because I like to consider myself pretty good. So you know,
you play?
Of course.
Oh, you got a Diamond Dynasty team?
Of course.
Oh yeah. Okay.
We'll square off.
All right, we will.
We'll square off.
Have to.
We'll have to. We'll see how that plays out. We'll keep you posted when that plays out.
Yeah.
As we're still in a rain delay, as you can see here at Doran Park, rain coming down. It started as a thunder delay, but it turned into a rain delay as the rain started falling. Braves and Orleans Firebirds tied at 1-1 in the top of the 6th inning, 2 outs on the scoreboard. So, Zach, I was talking to Christian. You and I, we talked off-air about host families. We had the interview down there with Josh, but we talked off-air about your host family. Christian told me about his experience. Just run me through your experience as a host family. You said you're living out in Wareham this year.
Yep. It was kind of crazy. I didn't really know when I was going to come down
because of the Super Regionals.
Because we were playing in Supers, right? And so we lost, and then I reached out to Harvey and said, "Hey, when do you want me to be down?" And he said Sunday. And then I didn't have a host family.
So you're in a tough spot.
Yeah.
Right now in your head you're like, I'm in a tough spot.
Just I'm gonna go stay in my car for the whole summer. But what happened was, I told Harvey, I said I was originally gonna leave Friday at 5 in the morning, try to beat the traffic. Try to beat rush hour.
How far is the drive?
It took me about 9, but I believe without any traffic, it's about 7.5. So it's not too bad.
All right.
And no, so I was sitting there, and then my mom was like, "The traffic, blah blah blah." My mom still doesn't trust me on the behind the wheel.
You had to make that drive alone.
No, I did.
Oh, you did.
I did.
So is that the furthest drive you've ever driven by yourself?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
ECU's not too bad. It's only 4 hours, so I can do
that.
Okay. But. No, so, I was sitting there, and I didn't hear anything from anybody, so I was like, all right, I kind of thought I got cut. It's kind of worried, but no, and then I got a text from, I don't know who I got a text from, but I think it was Erin, and she texted me saying that I'm staying out in Wareham, I'll have a little bit of drive, and, I really couldn't have asked for a better host family. They're the nicest people. They have dogs. I love dogs. They have a beautiful home, pool. They live on a farm. The dad's a butcher.
You get the whole package.
Oh my gosh!
So he's bringing home some good food.
Not every night, but a lot. He does.
You have some good eats over there in Wareham.
Let me just check my phone. She texted us and said, what'd she say? She said, "We've got mac and cheese with smoked brisket mixed in it if you guys want it for supper."
Wow.
So that's a pretty good.
That's just one night. That's just
one night.
That's just setting the tone on what are the meals are happening.
Yeah, no, it's back in Wareham they call it the Fat House because supposedly all their players go there and gain weight.
Okay, that's why you and Josh have been going to the gym, like we aforementioned, down in the field.
Oh yeah, we go to the gym to try to keep in shape a little bit because if we eat too much, we won't be on the field much longer.
I'm glad I'm not there then, because I would definitely, be having that problem, Zach.
Right.
So, you and Josh staying out in Wareham. I don't know if I've asked you. You've been to Fenway. You went to Fenway Park last night. So let's talk about that. Red Sox Yankees.
Yeah.
Great game, but you made the trip out to the park. What was that like?
Fenway's like no other. I mean, it's the history, everything that's been there. The stadium still. I don't think they're ever. I hope they don't ever tear it down because it's like a landmark. It's like another wonder of the world almost. That in Chicago, but no, it was awesome. I kind of, I was a Yankees fan.
Whoa!
I am a Yankees fan.
Whoa!
What do you mean? Whoa!
The truth is coming out.
Well, the thing is, my brother. Well, so
wait. Before we go through this, did I? Was there a picture of you in a Red Sox jersey?
No.
I'll get to that.
I'll get to that.
Okay,
we'll save that for later.
Okay.
No. So growing up, my grandpa, he's an immigrant from Greece, so he came up, and the Yankees were the big thing when he was coming with Mickey Mantle, all those people. And I don't know if it was Mickey Mantle actually, but it was when the Yankees were at the top of their game, winning World Series and all that.
Not in fourth place.
Not in fourth place. Not like this year. No, rough year. But no. So he's sitting there, and every time I'd go to his house, the Yankees game would always be on. Every time he'd come to ours, the Yankees game would be on, blah, blah, blah. So I just fell in love. I fell in love with Derek Jeter. Like, he was my idol.
Yep.
And so every year in Little League, we were the New York Yankees because we always thought we were the best, and the Yankees were one of the best I think the best franchise of all time. I mean, no offense.
Opinion. It's opinion. Objectively an opinion.
It's 27 World Series, but
objectively an opinion.
And so we were the Yankees every year. Actually, my dad's down there, and he was my coach. But I am a Nats fan. Nats are my number one team.
Okay.
Because they're the hometown. No, but
being from Virginia.
Yep. Right. I mean, I'm from Northern Virginia, so I'm not too far from D.C. So
yep.
Growing up, going to the Nats game, the one year I go to college, or not the 1 year, the first year I go to college, the Nats actually win the World Series. Parents send me a picture at the Nats game 4 or 5 when they were home against the Astros, and I might have been a little upset. They had some words for me, but no, it was awesome. I am a Yankees fan, but I had to put on the jersey last night. I didn't want to get yelled at.
So it was out of fear.
No.
Okay.
And I had some other influences on there.
Okay.
So.
I mean, if you would have gone nothing, if you would have gone like a little, you could have taken a Nat shirt, went inside out.
I wanted to wear a Brave shirt, but I didn't have any.
Okay.
I just ran through the pro shop.
Okay, I was gonna say someone's gonna hook you up with a shirt.
I just ran through the pro shop a little bit.
All right.
So,
Mom. What'd you pick up?
Got the rain, like the 3/4 zip rain.
Okay.
Jacket.
That could be important for nights like this.
Yes,
perfect. The players are now on the field here. We got some guys playing fungo golf.
They're not good. Did you just see Tristan? He just putted the ball about 3 feet. He's practicing just to shank it. Look at that. It's not even close. I got a sweatshirt. I got a hoodie, the cream one.
Yep.
Love that sweatshirt. Good looking sweatshirt. And then I got my grandfather some stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, so
awesome.
Taking care of him.
Absolutely.
So yeah, it's not bad.
You can't go back to school though and people think that's Atlanta Braves stuff.
Yeah,
because then you get in a little bit of trouble.
Well, you have to realize everybody in North Carolina, they don't have any close MLB teams, so they're all Braves fans.
Really?
So
that's the team in North Carolina.
That's the team. Yeah, a lot of the guys on our team that are from North Carolina, Braves fans, like going crazy. Like, we'll watch the game in the team room because they want to watch. It's crazy. It's all crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So you went to Fenway Park. You got the New England experience. So we talked about what you ate at your host family's house.
Yeah.
Have you gone to any good restaurants out here? What's the favorite meal? Have you had a lobster roll? We'll start there.
I haven't had one this year.
Okay.
But I've had one when my brother played in Harwich.
Okay.
I'm not a big seafood person.
Okay.
Per se.
All right. So your brother played in Harwich. Your brother, 4th round draft pick of the Yankees, right?
Correct.
So that's probably influenced you in your fandom of the Yankees a little bit.
Right. Right. What are you doing back here?
We're gonna go on next. I got a couple questions.
Christian Napchik, he wants my spot.
Yes.
All right. Let's not waste any time. Come on.
Let's go.
Let's go, Christian. Let's not waste any time.
Are you just asking me or am I asking you?
We'll go back and forth. Here we go.
Players only.
Let's get weird with it. Let's get weird with it.
Oh, this is funny. This is funny.
All right, Zach.
All right. Questions.
I'm going to pop a squat right here.
All right.
We got to keep these guys entertained.
Yeah.
You know how we're doing here.
Yeah. We might,
at Dorn Park.
Reeves and Daniel, you might want to watch out. We might be taking the job here pretty soon. Nobody. We got Nap.
Shout out Steve.
Steve's the man.
All right. What is your favorite animal?
Oh. Growing up, I really liked a zebra.
Why?
Because my name starts with a Z, and
that's respect.
That is respect. But I'm a dog person, so I think dogs are my favorite. I love dogs.
A dog? You could pick any animal in the world, and you pick a dog.
Yeah. How can you not love dogs? Dogs will never.
I love dogs. I love dogs. They're not my favorite animal.
Okay.
All
right. Any. Okay.
Yeah, any animal. Any animal.
Probably say a koala.
Koala.
Yeah.
That is out of the ordinary.
Yeah,
sir.
it is. It's a little bit out there, but dude, you got to think about it. They eat bamboo.
Okay.
That's pretty cool, and they climb on it.
Okay, then what's the difference between a koala and a panda?
Wait, does a koala eat bamboo? Hey, does a koala eat bamboo, or is that just a panda?
What?
Does a koala eat bamboo, or is that just a panda?
It's just a panda.
Oh God!
Oh my God!
I could be wrong.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Are you kidding me right now?
I'll look it up.
Okay, look it up. Get back to us on that. I don't know. I really don't know.
All right. All right, you're up. Ask me a question.
All right.
Here we go.
What is your go-to restaurant in Louisville?
In Louisville. I gotta go with Bandito. It's a Mexican taco place. So their specialty is they put French fries on the burrito. So I get a
Oh,
yeah.
French fries on a burrito?
Oh, yeah. French fries on the burrito. Get a little California burrito, cheese, meat, sour cream, and they cut up the French fries and they throw it in there. Come on, you can't get better than that. And you add a little queso on it.
Oh, queso.
Oh, queso.
Chips and queso, best snack.
Oh,
best snack.
best snack.
Best snack. You can't beat that.
I don't know. Grandma's cookies are pretty
Grandma's
good.
cookies. Mama's cookies are good.
Mama's cookies?
Yeah. Very
Who makes
good.
Mama's cookies?
All right, so koalas eat a variety of leaves and other related tree species. So not bamboo.
Not bamboo.
What's a person that
You
studies-
can't give them false information on here.
What's the people that study animals? What's it called?
A veterinarian.
Veterinarian.
You didn't know that?
I did. Sorry, I'm not a veterinarian.
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry, Bourne Braves world. All right. While we're on the topic of snacks,
Okay.
you obviously said grandma's cookies, but you're sitting at your college house, apartment, whatever
Okay.
you're at. Not even wake up. You're just like, you're up. You're
It's
like
probably like 10:30.
10:30, 11 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of that weird time where you're not like starving because you had dinner not too long ago, and
Yeah.
you're craving something. What are you going to?
Well, my family sends me a lot of care packages. Shout out them. How you doing? I was a big chocolate guy.
Chocolate. Wow.
Chocolate. Like they got
I can't say that about myself.
a lot of Hershey's, a lot of just bad snacks, but I love them. I got in bad habits of just smacking Hershey's bars.
Well, I think as a kid,
I just let them melt in my mouth. You can't get better than that.
I'm not a chocolate person, so I can't relate.
Not a chocolate person?
Like
Not at all?
everybody, you can relate to this when you play outside in the snow. Everybody's like, hot chocolate's the best. I was just like, nah, I'll just take.
Yeah, I mean, you get a little hot chocolate after the snow.
Oh yeah.
You're from Virginia. You really don't see a lot of snow.
Hey, I've lived through some blizzards.
Yeah, I've lived through some blizzards too. Shout out Joe.
Joe, get the picture.
Joe's flicking up a picture right now.
That's
We're
right.
on air.
That's right. All right.
Have to.
Back in
Have
it.
to.
All right. Yeah, chocolate. You know, you can't complain about. You can't go wrong with chocolate.
Yeah.
Cal, what are we doing, Cal?
Oh.
We're going back live on air.
Are we on air? Oh.
Oh, so it's just been me? Yeah, no, but I'm saying the camera.
Oh, they can see us now.
That's the camera view right there.
But
That's what the stream sees.
what?
Right
Can we change it to us?
Yeah,
Everybody
so
wants
that's
to.
what I'm doing.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
okay,
Everybody wants to see
perfect.
us.
Perfect. All right. I got a next question for you.
Okay.
Next question. I wish.
Wait.
I wish
I
there
gotta
was
give
like
a shout out. I gotta give a shout
Okay, give a shout out.
out.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Come on.
You know her pretty well. Come on.
All right.
All right, do it.
Yeah, why
All right. Shout out Abby Hicks.
Aw.
She wanted a shout out.
Aw.
She's listening right now.
See, if we're doing shout outs, I might as well shout out happy birthday, Papa Mike.
Papa Mike, happy birthday.
We're gonna light it up in Florida.
My
in a
mom's
couple
texting
days.
me right now as she's standing right there. Shout out host families. How about
Oh,
that?
shout out host families. I know.
We talked about that.
Yeah, we talked about that too. It can't get
Speaking
better.
of host families, my host mom actually just informed me that koalas eat eucalyptus leaves.
Eucalyptus.
That's a tongue twister.
Eucalyptus. Eucalyptus.
Yes.
That's a fun word to say.
That is a fun word.
That is a fun word to say.
No, but wait, you got a question you said?
Yeah, I wish there was like a chat that we could like see stuff in, like ask us some questions.
Yeah.
But all right, I got one. Who is one kid on the team that you would not let date your daughter?
I mean, there's one obvious answer, but like I don't want to say it because I'm really good friends with him.
Oh, let's get into detail here. We
No.
got all right.
I mean, I feel like Eric Adler's like the answer.
Okay.
But I like him a lot. But, like, if I was a dad and my daughter walked home with him, like, I would just be like, this dude's a lot. I wouldn't want – okay, wait, I take that back. Just because I see him right now. I would not want my daughter dating Tanner Schobel.
Tanner Schobel?
Yeah.
Tanner Schobel.
Look at him. Look at him. He's just playing.
They're saying we sound great.
Oh, we sound great?
You sound great.
Tanner, I just told the people that I don't want you dating my daughter. Hey, also shout out to Q, Coach Q, first base coach. Nat, let's ask you the same question.
All right. I would go Josh Eknes, because you really can't expect anything from that man. You cannot expect you cannot expect anything. That's who I would go for.
He's an interesting man.
Very interesting.
You know, we call Dylan Bowers Thor.
Thor.
Right?
Thor.
However, you know, if we're going on the Marvel things, I was thinking about giving Tyler from Southern Miss.
Yeah.
I was thinking about giving him Hulk maybe because
Hulk and Thor.
Yeah.
Hulk and Thor.
Yeah.
We got some really big kids on our team. I feel really small out here.
Yeah.
I'm going to be completely honest with you
me
guys.
too. And then Josh Eknes, what would we give him? Doctor Strange, maybe?
Yeah, Doctor Strange for sure.
You never know what's going to come out of his mouth.
Doctor Strange for sure.
Trust me, I like the kid a lot. Great kid. Nice kid. Work camps with him.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just don't know what's going to be coming out of that mouth. We're playing.
I don't. There's some movement on the field. The coaches got they're getting claps. They're getting claps. I think this is gonna. We're gonna start playing.
Oh, man, I don't want to get off.
Playing? Are we playing? Oh, we're playing.
All
right.
Well, let's wait until we get someone back here.
Yeah, we got to keep.
This is what the people want.
This is what they want. This is what they want. This is what they came here for. A beautiful night at Dorn Park. What is the bullpen doing? We're playing.
Go play baseball.
All right.
Oh, yeah. All right. We appreciate you guys.
Thank you, guys. We had fun, and we hope to see you guys soon at Dorn Park. Let's go. Go Braves. We're going to win this thing.
Well, that was fun. I don't know how we could follow that up. Thanks so much for coming on, Christian and Zach. Rain delay talk, a little bit more fun, a players-only lounge. You know, Christian and Zach coming on. It was just hilarious watching that unfold, Reeves. I don't know. I'm kind of in an aftershock. I don't know how to follow that up.
Well, Calvin, now I know from them, thank goodness, who I wouldn't let date my daughter.
Well, it's true.
If it wasn't for them, then I wouldn't know that.
It's always a learning experience here on the Bourne Braves broadcast. This is your regularly scheduled Rain Delay Talk.
I think the audience at home would much rather have Christian and Zach than us.
I'm sorry. We're sorry to let you down, but this is what we got going. The game resuming in the top of the 6th inning, 2 outs, a runner on, a 2-0 count on the batter. And this is a weird spot because at the end of this, his rain delay is going to be, right around an hour so?
Right around an hour.
So what do you do with Ben Etheridge?
That's true.
He just came in, right? He's gotten 2 outs. There's a runner on second base, but now he's had an hour off. I don't know if he's been throwing or not or what, but he's got an hour off. And you expected Ben Etheridge coming to this game. You thought it'd be awesome for Austin Parsley to get you 5 innings, and he did that. Austin Parsley did his job tonight. And then Coach Harvey Shapiro, I talked about it. I talked to him pregame. Piggyback start was the strategy. So you got 5 out of Parsley.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, you get 4 out of Etheridge, and if you need him, you get Eric Adler in the ninth. Ben Etheridge got hot, got loose, came in the game, got 2 outs, and now has to sit an hour. So if you're in the coach's shoes here, do you pull Ben Etheridge, okay, warm someone up fresh, and say, okay, Ben, you're going to be good to go either tomorrow or Sunday when the Braves are back at home against Harwich? Or do you roll the dice a little bit and say, okay, Ben, you got to get rewarmed, you got to get re-game ready, and you got to continue a hopefully 4-inning appearance.
The second half of that equation is much tougher to accomplish than the first half.
Yes.
It's rare. Do you ever see a pitcher go back into a game after getting fully warmed up and entering the game, especially with an hour rain delay? I fully expect there'll be a new pitcher, but I think at the end of the day, it's all up to Ben Etheridge. I think Harvey will talk to Ben. But I think at the end of the day, they're going to err on the side of caution.
Absolutely.
Just with Ben. I think you got to pull him. But at the same time, maybe you insert a guy that's supposed to throw tomorrow or Sunday.
That's the
and
thing.
then you throw them today.
Rotation switch.
And Ben either goes tomorrow or Sunday in relief. I'd say probably err on the side of caution and throw him Sunday in relief. So maybe whoever's supposed to throw after Patty on Sunday goes today.
So this
maybe tomorrow. Maybe you change it. Maybe you move it back. Maybe you just move everyone up a day.
But the guy on Sunday, you were having him rest.
Yeah.
So does he have enough rest?
That's
this
true.
kind of puts
a
curveball in the whole equation here.
Yeah, you're right.
The starters, the probable starters for the weekend were released. I believe it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Jake Bennett tomorrow, Jordan Patty on Sunday.
You got it.
Is that right? Okay.
That is correct.
So we're not going to see.
I'm sorry. It's Michael Sansone tomorrow.
Michael Sansone tomorrow.
And Jordan Patty Sunday.
Jordan Patty. Okay, so
Correct.
I was wrong. So last time Austin Parsley pitched, he was piggybacked off of Tristan Vreeling. And let's just make things weird, because that's what we like to do. Dalton Rushing is wearing Tristan Vreeling's jersey right now. So it's not going to be Tristan Vreeling, I wouldn't assume, unless he's got a new jersey on.
Yeah, no. Unless he has a new jersey.
That takes him out. So now the rotation has to move around a little bit.
It's all of the nightmares that Harvey Shapiro could have ever imagined coming into play, because you had the off day yesterday after you threw the new guys in Frank Doling and Bryson Cafaro on Wednesday versus Falmouth.
Now, there is a couple of new arms in the bullpen.
You have Tyler Stewart.
Yep.
And you have
from Southern Miss.
And you have Kelsey Ward from Embry-Riddle.
From Embry-Riddle, yes. So maybe we see those two guys. Yeah. If I was a betting man, I say Etheridge gives it a shot.
Okay.
I think he's going to go out there and I think he'd give it a shot.
Now, here's the thing. It'd be different if Ben was through 2 innings.
Exactly.
He's through 2 batters.
He's 2 batters.
Big difference, but you're still warm. You're still going.
You still were warm.
Yeah, exactly. Were warm. But did Ben throw during the rain delay? We don't know.
Exactly.
It never rained truly that hard.
It rained pretty decently.
Decently.
I know
you were
inside
out here.
where you were, it didn't rain at all. But it rained pretty decently. My shirt's a little wet.
Shirt's a little wet. Top of the hair is a little wet. But I think Ben probably was throwing through the delay. It's going to be, I don't know. Who knows? We'll see.
It'll be very interesting to see. We'll keep you updated on who we can see warming up out there in the bullpen. As I look out there, no one is throwing at all. So it's going to be interesting on what Harvey Shapiro does. This definitely throws a wrench into his weekend rotation piggyback start idea.
Yeah, if Ben can't go. Yeah,
if Ben can't go. If Ben can't go, I think we're going to see bullpen night.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we're going to see.
Would you expect to see some of the new guys?
I think we're going to see Kelsey Ward.
Okay.
I think we're going to see the kid out of Southern Miss,
Tyler
the big
Stewart.
6'9" Tyler Stewart. I think we're going to see Dylan Bowers.
Okay, I like it.
That's
Let's
who I
roll with
expect
it, then.
to see.
Let's go.
But that's all good and fine.
Okay.
Right. But with the Braves piggyback starts now, that has the potential to put you shorthanded for the weekend.
Yeah, you're right.
Because say, hypothetically, this is complete hypothetical, right? Say Michael Sansone gets roughed up, and you got to take him out of 2 innings. Now those 1 inning back end bullpen guys. Granted, Frank Doling and Bryson Cafaro are they're coming in and they're taking up the spots, the innings. They're guys that can give you an inning or 2.
Yeah.
And they should be ready to go tomorrow. But hypothetically, it kind of no matter what happens here, Ben Etheridge comes in or not, there's definitely something that wasn't expected thrown into this game and the rotation for the week ahead until we piece things together until our next off day Thursday.
I think the more we talk about this, the more you mention it, it really now sounds like, at least from what I would do as a manager and really consider it hard, and if the pitcher's okay with it, I would try to throw Ben Etheridge. If he's good with it and his arm doesn't feel good and you're not concerned about it risking him getting an injury, for the sake of the team, obviously, if Ben's good to go. That's all. This is all on the conversation of if Ben is good to go, then Etheridge goes back out there, And as long as he's pitching well, as he was, as you mentioned, 2-0 count, 2 down, 1-1 game in the top of the 6th, you let Ben ride.
Yeah.
If the Braves get a lead, you see Eric in the 9th, and then everything goes as planned. But if Ben can't go, then, obviously, as we were talking about,
Absolutely.
the question marks
Things
get thrown
hairy.
in. If Ben can go, even if he doesn't go 4 innings, if he goes 2 and you throw one guy for 2 innings, I still don't think that messes up tomorrow and Sunday's
it's not as much because you're only using one extra guy compared to 2 or 3 or 4.
Exactly. But if Ben can't go, you got a bunch of question marks for this weekend after the guys that are scheduled to start in Sansone and in Patty. Jake Bennett, would you expect him to throw Sunday then after Patty like they always align? That's home here against Harwich.
That's interesting.
That's interesting. What do you think?
Personally, I don't see it happening.
Okay. Do you see Bennett throwing Monday?
Yes.
Okay.
Because Jake Bennett, to me,
is a starter.
Yeah.
He's an all-star for a reason.
As far as Harvey Shapiro goes with starting guys or leaving guys, whatever, he is the only guy who has been a set-and-forget starter for this team. He started in the first week of the season when Nick Zwack, Gordon Graceffo, Peter Van Loon were here. He got the second start of the year.
Yeah, just one relief about him.
At Brewster.
That's it.
So, to me, he's a guy who's going to start on Monday, and that game is in Orleans.
Yes, so same against, and he faced the Firebirds.
Exactly.
He started against Orleans
So,
a few outings ago.
So all signs point to Jake Bennett starting on Monday because Tristan Vreeling didn't pitch tonight.
So is Vreeling, in your eyes, going to go tomorrow after Sansone or after Patty Sunday?
See, this is where things get interesting here because
you got Xavier Lovett out there.
Yeah, you got Xavier Lovett.
Got
Xavier
Ward,
Lovett,
Stewart.
Yeah, but those guys, and maybe Kelsey Ward is going to be a piggyback guy.
Okay.
Because he got starts. He got a bunch of starts. He threw a complete game this season at school. So I think Kelsey Ward is a guy you're going to see slide into this piggyback rotation. Now, Austin Parsley has been paired up with Tristan Vreeling. That's why it was very interesting to me tonight to see Tristan Vreeling not be the guy to the bullpen. Because Ben Etheridge has been paired up with
Jake Bennett.
Exactly. So it's been interesting.
It's interesting.
It's very interesting.
Maybe a little shake-up down the stretch.
Yep. Yes.
Here's the thing, too. This you can also think about this. And sometimes pitchers are a creature of habit. They're routine as it comes.
Yep.
I know that my brother pitched in college, and not just being around him and being around his teammates at Georgia Southern and at Middle Tennessee State. They're as routine as they come. The long storied tradition of pitchers, just creature of habit. So here's the thing.
Yep.
This could be, and this is a very minuscule idea in the grand scheme of things.
Yep.
But for the playoffs, there's not going to be a set. There's going to be a set rotation, obviously. But if you get into trouble, you're going to have to call on guys that usually maybe you wouldn't see.
Absolutely.
Say if the Braves are down early,
Yep.
you might have to call on tomorrow's starter or the guy coming first out of tomorrow's relief outing.
in the
game.
major league.
Yeah, exactly.
Leagues, right?
So I think it's kind of a good thing. Although there's been a set rotation with who's starting, who's relieving, might be a good thing to kind of change that up a little bit.
Well, here's the thing too. It's such a big advantage. We know how the playoffs have shortened this year. 4 teams from the division usually make it. This year it's only 2.
Yeah.
Right. So it is such an advantage, even this year I think more than ever. For the Braves, unless and here's the situation if they don't make the playoffs. They lose out. And Katuitt and or Wareham or Falmouth win out. So that's not logical.
No.
The Braves are going to be in the playoffs, right?
Even yes, there's 6. Magic number is 6 to clinch the 1 seed, 4 to clinch a playoff spot.
That's 6 points.
6 points, yes.
So Falmouth, their magic number is 5 against Falmouth.
Yeah.
So Braves win tonight, Falmouth lose tonight, then it's 1 point for them to clinch. So they're going to make the playoffs.
Yes.
Right. That's why
they'll likely be the 1 seed too.
Yeah, and that's why for me this year more than ever. It is critical to win the first round in 2 games.
1,000%. You do not want to go to 3 games against Kettleers or the Gatemen or the Commodores.
Well, granted, because first of all, that makes it the winner takes all, so all the pressure in the world is on you. But just by a pitching standpoint,
yeah, absolutely,
it gives you so much more freedom.
Oh my gosh, you can have the ability to plan for a game 3 with guys that you're not going to throw in the first 2 games. And honestly, I don't know how Harvey Shapiro will manage it if the Braves do indeed find themselves in a situation where they win the first 2 in the West, make it to the championship against the Eastern opponent. I want to ask you, too, how you would attack this. Would you now obviously have a really good starter, good reliever, game 1, really good starter, good reliever, game 2, but maybe save Parsley and Vreeling? It all depends how the first 2 games work out, but would you, I'm guessing Parsley and Vreeling early, as of now, would likely, if ready, start Game 1 or Game 2 against that Western Divisional opponent in the conference finals. And then in the championship, would you possibly save them for Game 3? Or whoever the best two at that time is what I'm saying.
Here's the thing. So it's a 6-game playoff.
Yes.
So hypothetically, you're just thinking this through. The Game 1 starter you pitch in Game 1 of the finals of the West Division Championship should be good to go Game 3 of the championship
Absolutely.
series.
Yeah.
Right? And you got to get to the dance.
Exactly.
Right? So you got to roll the dice here. Here's my thing. I look at this Braves rotation. I don't know. You can tell me if I'm missing anything, but if I had to give my 4 pitchers, if assuming piggyback starts going to happen, it would be Sansone, Bennett, Parsley, Vreeling.
Sansone, Bennett, Parsley, Vreeling. I agree.
Okay.
In no particular order,
In no
obviously.
particular order.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. You look at that, and you go lefty, lefty, righty, righty.
Yeah.
So, for me, I'm not piggybacking lefty, lefty.
No.
So, you got to mix them up. So, it's either I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can do this.
I like Sansone, Vreeling.
Okay,
that's 2 totally different guys. Talk about throwing off an offense. Got to go in the 86 with a 77 mile an hour changeup. Vreeling 97. Love it.
So is Sansone Vreeling your Game 1 and Game 6 starter?
I think I'd honestly go. Yeah, I'd go Sansone Vreeling. Yeah, I would.
And I love Austin Parsley coming.
Yeah, I know. I did too.
Granted, exceptional starter tonight.
Yeah.
Another great start for him tonight. He broke his walk streak, but got out of the jam.
The first hitter.
He made one bad pitch tonight, and he got punished for it. And Tyler Locklear now is
tied for the lead with his teammate DeLauder and with Diodati.
With 7 home runs. Yeah. So he's a guy that's going to get his, right? So he made one mistake tonight and it got punished, but Austin Parsley is so good as a starter. I think he's even better as a reliever.
I think so too.
So
it's where he's excelled a little more this year.
Exactly why you could put Jake Bennett in the starting role,
where he's used to.
Yes. Now, granted, these new guys coming in can wow us.
They could win a spot.
Well, this is all hypothetical, set in
It's
stone
fun to talk
here.
about, though.
It absolutely is fun to talk about.
It's great to dive into.
And those guys can have bad couple of weeks, and then you lose faith in them, and you're looking at other guys down the rotation to come in because Ben Etheridge, right, started the year rough. 5 runs without giving up getting an out in Falmouth his first appearance. And after that, he has been great.
He's been great. Just 2 runs the rest of the year.
Great.
7 runs on the year. 5 came in an outing with no outs.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how they piece it together. We're just talking hypothetical here as we try to fill you in. This rain delay, this first pitch was start up at 9 o'clock. Was supposed to be first pitch.
8:54.
8:54. So we're just a couple of minutes away from the game resuming here between the Braves and the Orleans Firebirds. Score as it stands, 1-1, top of the 6th inning here as we reach the 9 o'clock hour here at Doran Park. It's a fun game. 2 high-powered offenses held down by 2 very good pitching appearances. The Braves definitely had their chances first 2 innings. I believe they had 4 hits in the first 2 innings.
Yeah, they did.
Now, 1 run on 6 hits. They've had their chances and just 1 run to show for it. Same thing with Orleans, 6 hits as well. So the teams are getting hits, but the pitching, which we've seen this year for the Braves, has 1-1-1. Is doing it on again tonight.
Yeah, they are. And Calvin, I'm going to ask you a question. Have you ever seen someone as unlucky as Max Anderson gets with opposite field fly balls that get caught on the warning track? 2 today to dead center.
You make me chuckle because I talked to Christian Knapczyk, and he says, I asked him what his favorite part to play in, and right off the jump he goes, YD.
Yeah.
And I go, why YD? He goes, come on, you know why. Guys like me only place we can hit it out of.
Yeah.
So that Max Anderson one is in the trees.
Yeah. Oh, without a doubt.
At YD.
It's crushed. It's 365 to dead center there, and it's 395 here.
And he hit it 390.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
the only place that's not gone at is Orleans. And Katuitt.
That's a pop up at Orleans.
Yeah, you're right. It's a medium deep pop up at Orleans. You're right. It's 45 feet shy of the fence. So, but no, Max Anderson, obviously bases loaded, and he came up also with. Runners on, or I was Josh Moylan with runners on first and second. Moylan struck out, but Braves have had plenty of opportunities. 6 hits for both sides today, but just 1 run to show for it as the umpires stand here at home plate. But I'm excited to get this one going again. It's a classic Doran Park night. What's Doran Park without a rain delay?
Exactly. Doran Park without a rain delay. I don't know what that is, but the Braves and Orleans Firebirds set to resume play here after about an hour rain delay. And if you remember the last time we were in a rain delay this long in the middle of a game, Colton Bender hit a home run in the first at-bat back. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, because the Firebirds have the bats in their hands this time. 2 out in the top of the 6th inning. We'll kick it back to you and Daniel for the call. I'll head back down to the sidelines. But everyone out there, I hope you enjoy us on Rain Delay Talk. We had some fun guests.
I know they did.
We had
Calvin,
a players-only lounge, so it was a lot of fun on this Rain Delay Talk. Daniel and Reeves will take you through the rest of the evening, and maybe you'll catch me down on the sideline for the remainder of this game. But enjoy the last 3 innings, everybody, and thanks for watching this presentation of Rain Delay Talk.
Welcome back, folks. We have baseball again in Bourne as the Orleans Firebirds and your Bourne Braves have come off a, what is it, Reeves? A 1-hour delay, maybe a little bit more, but we are right back into it. Top 6 with a man on first. And Etheridge back on the mound. 2-1 count with 2 outs. Etheridge with a delivery, swing and miss. This is against Corey Acton. Excuse me. Acton is on first as that one's fouled off, and he'll have to retreat back to first. But, Reeves, what do you think for Etheridge? You know, going through an hour delay, almost icing him a bit, and now he has to come back in a tie game with a runner on with 2 outs in a clutch game by coming down to the end of it.
Yeah, that's what Calvin and I were talking about just before we came on here, and we were kind of wondering. Look at the moon out there and right, by the way,
gorgeous.
Daniel. My goodness. To get a camera on that here. That one just missed. But we were talking about how difficult that is for a pitcher that's already been warmed up to be reinserted into the game. You know, that can be tough, obviously, but
that one's outside for ball 4, and now Orleans Firebird in scoring position. 1-1 here in Bourne in this East versus West division game. The last time we saw Orleans, it was a 2-2 tie at Eldridge Park. Etheridge now on the mound, taking over for Austin Parsley. He misses high. (1-0). 2 outs, and that is going to knot it up.
Yeah, it's actually what Calvin and I were talking about. Cade Smith actually now taking over for Ben Etheridge on the mound. So Cade Smith onto the game. And Calvin and I were wondering, because we talked about how tough it is for a pitcher to come back in after a rain delay, after getting already warmed up. So Cade Smith going to be the new pitcher for the Braves.
That one's roped over towards first, and Dalton Rushing strands 2 Orleans Firebirds on the base path. 1-1, and the Bourne Braves will have their 6th opportunity in the batter's box. The UCLA Bruin, Jack Philby, on the mound for the Orleans Firebirds, and we're going to have a few Bourne Braves up. That's going to be Colby Thomas, Joe Lampe, Josh Moylan, and hopefully getting to Tanner Schobel, who singled back in the 2nd inning. But this is getting down to the wire, Reeves, and with new pitchers now in for both sides, what can you be expecting from the bats?
I still think a lot of the same. Obviously, Braves bats have woken up today. Obviously, they hit well off Hayden Thomas, although just scoring 1 run, but the Braves have 6 hits on the day. We know how these Braves like to play and like how they like to hit after rain delays or lightning delays, whatever the combination of what we just had. So, tell you what, Daniel, I'm ready. I'm excited because the Braves bats know how to break out late.
Yes, they do. Colby Thomas steps in. And we'll try and get something going here in the 6th. Woo. That one goes way high. First pitch from Philby. A 1-0 count, and Colby Thomas with Joe Lampe on deck. 1-1 Philby, the UCLA Bruin. Dropping low there. He's coming into the game with a 2-1 record, 7.29 ERA. Over 12 innings pitched, 13 strikeouts, 15 hits allowed. But he's been on the mound for quite some time for the Firebirds.
Yeah, he has. Obviously, as you mentioned, his 9th game. No starts, all out of the pen. But good numbers. As far as his strikeout to walk ratio, although ERA not where he'd like it to be. He's given up runs in frequent outings this year, and almost just had a 4-pitch walk. But a generous call from our home plate umpire there to Colby.
Tough call there. Everyone's warming up here.
Yes,
Back after the
even we are.
Back after the break from the Rains, swing and a miss, and just like that, a payoff pitch is coming. And what started as lightning with a huge thundercloud right behind us turned into an hour rain delay.
Which turned into a gorgeous night.
Yeah.
Not a cloud in the sky anymore.
3-2, and that one's taken foul. Harvey Shapiro showing his youth, jumping back on that. Full count, and Colby Thomas on the day has struck out in the first and flew out to center back in the third, so he's still seeing the ball well. And the Braves are still making really good contact today despite the low score.
Yeah, I heard Harvey Shapiro just turned 50 the other day. So,
now you have to come back with the actual age because he was putting whatever that is to shame. He jumped back pretty quick off of that, and Colby Thomas rips one into left field. Going back is the left fielder McKenzie, and again McKenzie is there to snag another one away from the Bourne Braves. One out and the first out for Philby.
I've never seen as many fly balls as I have to the outfield in the first 5.5 innings of a game as I have today. What? We counted 11 fly balls to center field among the two teams. 11 outs of not quite as many outs as a full game takes, obviously.
Joe Lampe takes one in the dirt for ball one, and Lampe, 2 consecutive innings with at-bats. He flew out to center in the second and singled back in the third, sprayed it right up the middle. Settling in to his newfound spot in the lineup at the 6th spot, and takes another one outside, 2-0. Again, we should have looked at how many infield singles Christian Knapczyk and Joe Lampe have combined.
Yeah, combined. That would be a number.
Because those two know how to get it done with not a lot. 2-0 and now turn to 3-0.
Yeah, these guys are so good, Knapczyk and Lampe, that is, poking the ball to the other side of the field. And with their speed, the success of beating it out, their speed is, that's why they say speed kills. It rings true.
3-0 taken high, 4 pitches and 4 balls to Joe Lampe. Not the man I want on. If you're the Orleans Firebirds, he is quick and he knows how to steal second and even third. But Josh Moylan facing one out here, and new pitcher Philby, he's struggling a little bit with his command.
Yeah, he is. He's missed a while there to Colby. Arguably could have had ball 4 to Colby and then easily could have walked Lampe, but Lampe aboard and expect Joe to be off. Braves trying to be aggressive here in these latter innings.
Moylan watches a breaking ball that drops in the zone. Joe Lampe with a good jump over there. Philby has to be careful. Moylan has his 20th strikeout in the last appearance. That's his second on the day, but 20th of the season. The ECU Pirate looking to right the ship. 0-1. That one's jumping high, and a half-hearted throw over by Mickness.
Yeah, Josh and Zach were the entertainment down with Calvin near the dugout for our post-rain delay. I should say, yeah, post-cancellation or post-suspension of the game talk, right, as the rain delay hit. I should say lightning delay.
1-1, turn 2-1. Good job by Mickness. Anything behind him, you got to imagine Joe Lampe will be taking off.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah. Joe, great dirt ball read runner. 2-1 count. It's a very action count here. I'm surprised if Joe is off the pitch.
Both teams seem to be continuing to warm up a bit after the hour break. Lampe's safe.
Joe is leaning a little bit.
He's been caught a couple of times.
Yeah, he's been picked off twice this year.
Once was in the top of the 9th against the Orleans Firebirds. At Eldridge Park, of course. 2-1. And there he goes. Mickness, the throw.
Beautiful.
Do they got him? They did, and by a decent ways. Joe Lampe unable to add on another stolen base. He's caught stealing at second. What a throw by Mickness. I think they knew the entire time what they were expecting.
Yeah, Joe kind of stumbled out of the jump. Did not have a good jump at all. Slide step from Philby, and a fastball as well, missing up and away. I did think he was going to run 2-1, but Orleans had it snuffed out. That's unfortunate, too, because he would have had first and second.
Well, Joe Lampe now going down to first. And again, Philby struggling to find the zone. Tanner Schobel up, and he has had a nice day. He flew out to center field and made it to first off a single. And there's going to be a pitching meeting at the mound now. Not sure if they're going to be changing out Philby, maybe just having a word after a bit of inaccuracy.
Yeah, back-to-back walks. Obviously got lucky to catch Lampe stealing. But here, Braves bottom of the order here, trying to continue with the two-out magic that they have had so much success with all season long.
Well, no pitching change, just looks like they're going to be talking a few things over with now Josh Moylan making it to the base path for the first time today. Tanner Schobel, the Virginia Tech Hokie, looking to make some more two-out magic here at Doran Park. 1-1, and Philby has an opportunity to get out of this inning, and Strand Moylan, about as even a game, Reeves, as you can imagine. 6-6 in the hit column, 1-1 in the run column, and that was due to a solo shot by the Firebirds.
Yeah, Tyler Locklear wasn't a cheapie either. Right off the light post in left field. That was off of Austin Parsley, the lone mistake he made today.
0-1. That one's ripped into left field. Joshua Moylan going to second, and he'll put on the brakes, but Tanner Schobel with his second hit of the day. How about that? That was a laser past the shortstop Blackwell.
Yeah, now Peter Burns coming to the plate here with 2 outs. But we're going to see Coach Kelly come on out, and he'll make the change. We'll see a New Orleans pitcher after the break right here from Doran Park with the game all knotted up at 1.
Zach Morris.
Zach Morris, the Arkansas Razorback, now in for the bottom of the 6th with 2 outs, and Peter Burns from Boston College will face the Arkansas pitcher first.
Yeah, Zach Morris did face these Bourne Braves in that 2-2 tie. 1 1/3, 2 hits, and a strikeout. And obviously, Orleans opting to go with the lefty-lefty playing the matchup here to try to get Peter Burns to send this game into the 7th.
Morris coming in with 12 innings pitched, 13 strikeouts in those as he starts one high on Peter Burns, who's batting 171. He has 2 RBIs, and now at second, Joshua Moylan leads the way.
Yeah, Pete's average isn't as high as you would like, but he's come through in timely situations, just like the one we have here. See if he can do it again.
That one's taken high into center field. DeLauder again, and that is a phrase you've heard a lot tonight. DeLauder finishes off the inning with a fly ball to center field. He secures it, and we're going to go to the top of the 7th. Welcome back to the 7th in a really close game here at Doran Park. Reeves Jackson is going to take you the next 2 innings.
Thank you, Daniel. 9-1-2 for the Firebirds as we head to the top of the 7th inning. Unfortunate, we were expected to have a beautiful rendition of God Bless America here on Military Appreciation Night in the home half of the 7th, but unfortunately due to the rain, not having that tonight. But obviously, when the Braves, their next Friday game actually just comes a week from today versus the Brewster Whitecaps here at home. So we hope that we'll be able to have that special tradition back here next Friday. As that slider misses away, Cade Smith on the year. Daniel, he struggled at times, but a guy who's uber talented has had just a stroke of bad luck. He obviously gave up the back-to-back home runs. That was at YD. And then obviously had some tough luck in that first outing. It wasn't an earned run credited to him. Gave up a run and walked 2 at Hyannis, but in his last outing in the win against Falmouth 9-8 on the Colby Thomas walk-off, that was Monday. Cade Smith was excellent after scaring a little bit with a 4-pitch walk that walked a run, and obviously that wasn't his run, but after that he settled down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he looks like he's settling down here as well when you give him a fresh base path out there, and he's able to deliver from the windup. He has been hit around a little, and some of it not necessarily his fault, been put into some tough positions, but he looks comfortable here.
And he just struck out Benjamin Blackwell on a beautiful breaking ball. Outer half caught him looking, and that's the bread and butter for Cade Smith. At least here early on in the season, we've seen him struggle with fastball command. But Daniel, whenever he's been lacking in throwing balls, he's been relying on that slider, and it has been quite effective for him.
Well, how about the dedication to throw a breaking ball with a 3-2 count against Blackwell, who is really, really solid at the plate. And you see it again, and that's almost an identical pitch, and he's been sticking with that because oftentimes these opponents have really been on top of his pitch, and especially that's when they're able to guess and hit him around.
This ball was lifted into left center field and pretty deep. Braylon Wimmer on the run. So is Joe Lampe. That ball is going to bounce and head over the fence for a ground rule double. So Peyton Chatinier doubles off Cade Smith, but luckily the ball bounces away, so Chatinier didn't even have the option to look at 3 if he wanted to. He'll have to hold on at second, but Cade Smith gives up a 1-out double.
Yeah, and I think they might have just gotten a break there, because I think if that stayed in, Chatinier would have made it all the way to third, maybe even thought about home. That was as deep a part of Doran Park as you're going to see a ball hit. That doesn't go out, and I think to the Braves' fortune, it bounced out of the park.
Here's Keishel. That misses downstairs. It definitely would have had a possibility of going to third, would have Chatinier, who, as I mentioned at the top of this broadcast, went 3 for 5 against the Kettleers. That was on July 20th. So a big day for Chatinier in that Orleans win. They've tacked on 5 in the first 3 innings in their double-digit run appearance against the Kettleers. Braves are at Chatham tomorrow. That is expected to be the highest attended game that we have seen in any stadium this season, with Military Appreciation Night, it being a Saturday, the weather supposed to be perfect. This one bounced up the middle. That's going to get through into center field for a base hit. Here comes Chatinier. Lampy loads up. His throw to the plate's going to be cut off by Rushing. Throw to second on the money, and they get Luke Keishel. So he does the job with an RBI single up the middle, but what a job there by Dalton Rushing, who came across, cut it off, fired a one-hopper over to Schobel, who made the tag for out number 2.
Yeah, Joe Lampy's throw didn't look like it was on the money as far as accuracy, and I don't think it would have gotten there as far as the velocity, but how about the baseball IQ from Dalton Rushing to cut it off and gun it over to Schobel, who's got him on the tag, and that's as smooth as it gets. Unfortunately, the Braves go down 1, but it might be worth it considering getting out number 2.
There's Chase DeLauder. The Braves trailing 2-1. They'll have to play comeback kids again tonight if they want to win this game, a position they found themselves in against the Commodores, a position they have found themselves in quite often here over the course of the past week or so. They had the comeback win over Hyannis, the comeback win against the Falmouth Commodores, and even had to come back on another night against Hyannis. That was on the road when they scored 5 in the 8th. And then even if you want to look at Harwich, when Harwich scored 4 and at least tied it up, Braves weren't behind in that game, and then scored 6 in the 9th inning. This one bounced over to second. That should end things here for Cade Smith and the Braves in the 7th, and it does. DeLauder bounces out, but the Firebirds take the lead on an RBI single by Luke Keishel. It brings home Peyton Chatinier, and the Braves bats will have to get to work as we head to the 7th and stretch here from Doran Park. Home 7th, top of the order for the Braves. This is the right guys up at the right time. The Braves want to prevent a shutdown inning from Zach Morris and company. Knapcheck, Anderson, and Rushing. Top of the Braves order against the Arkansas lefty. Braves 1 run on 7 hits today. An extra hit and an extra run on the upper line for the Firebirds. So as that one rang the doorbell of Knapcheck.
Christian Knapcheck, who had this broadcast headset on
just
a half hour ago.
He and Zach Agnos were fantastic. They were providing all the humor in the world. generous strike there for Morris. That one looked to be well outside, but called a strike. Yeah, obviously Christian and Zach were debating, Daniel, which player on the team they would not want to date their daughters. Now that if you want entertainment, that's entertainment. As Knapczyk slices this one down the left field line, but foul. Thought it was going to have a chance for a moment, but never did.
Yeah, that's always
that's a slippery
always
slope.
A provoking question, no doubt. But no, it's always great for these guys to get behind the mic, and for fans, if you were listening in, to get an idea of who they are, what they're like, and I think you got an idea just there about Zach Agnos and Knapczyk.
Knapczyk, soft grounder to second. Chatinier bobbles it. Knapczyk's going to beat it. How about that? A costly E4 for the Orleans second baseman. And when you compound mistakes, that's when the Braves will make you pay most. They do it so often via free passes and even errors defensively. So Knapczyk aboard, and the Braves get a gift.
Yeah, Knapczyk, I even was going to say this. You know, he just puts the bat on the ball. It's nothing crazy. He tries to find the gaps, and he gets on. And I'll tell you, like, these batters who are really efficient, good things happen to them at the right time.
Anderson 0 for 3 tonight, but he might have 3 of the hardest hit balls of any player on the team, but nothing to show for it. Nights like those are going to happen. That's baseball. You could even say over there for Chatinier, that one might have been too easy. Maybe a little overthinking going on. 1-0 to Anderson. He watches that one miss away, and all of a sudden, the Braves' third baseman and 2-hole hitter is ahead 2-0. Still a wealth of Braves fans here at the park that stuck around even after the rain delay, just before 9:30 here at the park. Morris ready, 2-0. That's high, and the Braves are looking ahead to having 2 runners on and nobody out for the heart of their order in Rushing, Wimmer, and Thomas.
Yeah, Anderson 0 for 3 today, not necessarily the characteristic game that we were expecting, but Knapczyk at front on the base path has been making up for that. And that's now 2 for 3 on the day. He has a 3-1 count here. Max Anderson, who came in with a 3.01 average. That is the top. He's in the top 6, I believe, in the 5 spot as far as the Cape League as a whole. Hasn't updated up until tonight.
Anderson takes ball 4, and the Braves have runners at first and second and nobody out.
But as far as the leaderboard, it just proves that he is one of the best batters that will go to the plate this season in the Cape.
Well, Dalton Rushing, if it looks unfamiliar to you that he is wearing number 18 tonight, well, you're right. Dalton Rushing tried on his numbered uniform prior to the game, and Daniel, you can describe best how it looked on him.
Yeah, it was skin tight. And our Darren Weeks, our general manager, even said that we needed to get him something new. But he's taken over with a new number, and
the number of Tristan Vreeling,
who did not, who actually explains why he was just in a Under Armour long sleeve the entire night.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Only a numbered amount of these Cape Cod League jerseys.
Yes, not as frequent as the home Braves unis. Well, playing even at the bag at third is Luke Keischel. I don't know if he knows that Dalton Rushing is not going to lay down a bunt. I have a hard time believing, as now Keischel backs up at the bag at third, and smartly so. Dalton's here to hit. As the 3-hole hitter and power hitter this team should. Rushing watches a fastball. And some groans and moans from the Braves dugout. Eddie Marco with a few things to say, as well as the Brave faithful here tonight. Rushing didn't like the call either. Looked to be a little high and away. Braves with a big chance to tie or take the lead. First and second, nobody out. That's in there. That's strike 2.
It's a big strike zone tonight, I'll tell you that, Reeves. A lot of these calls, they've been consistent, but they've been wide outside of the normal range of the zone, so just something that the Braves have got to get used to.
Morris ready here, the 1-2, and Rushing swings and misses, strike 3. Beautiful breaking ball there from the Arkansas lefty. As Dalton Rushing with a few parting words for the home plate umpire, but he'll take a seat, and Braylon Wimmer up to the plate.
Number 29, Braylon.
Yeah, definitely a couple of calls there that were questionable to say the least. But if you're Dalton Rushing now, that's 0 for 4 on the day. Just have to keep your head up, keep your chin up, and keep moving forward. Nothing really you can do there.
Here's Braylon Wimmer. The 4-hole hitter is 2 for 3 tonight. A double and a single as he watches a changeup dive outside. He also flew out to center field, as a lot of these guys have tonight. Well, base hit would almost assuredly score Knapcheck from second. As we're going to have a visit. Heard the head coach for Orleans say step off. We'll have a mound visit here from the pitching coach. Don't know exactly what this could be about, but Daniel, a lot of hits on the board today, but very few runs to show for it. 15 hits in this game, but just 3 combined runs.
Yeah, and, actually the amount of runners that have been stranded is pretty remarkable. I would say well into the double digits, but an interesting move here by the Firebirds to have a pitching and a mound visit as well as a mound meeting with the entire infield now. But you got to imagine just with Knapcheck on and 2 base runners on with Braylon Wimmer, who has been pretty hot today. I mean, he's coming in 2 for 3. Might try and look for some sort of setup for a double play or just a meeting in general that the coach just wanted to lay down a few ground rules, it seems, for what's to come here against Braylon Wimmer.
Well, our own Will Henschel playing the Darth Vader theme music, as you could say the dark side with the men in black are out in the field with Zach Morris on the mound against Braylon Wimmer. 1-0. Good pitch right there, but Braylon Wimmer did not agree. Didn't think that was in a bad spot personally, but
it's tough to tell from up here.
It is.
We have a weird angle as far as being on the broadcast deck.
Well, the Braves dugout did not react too kindly, neither did the crowd. Inconsistent is the word you could say. Called strikeout or half. Good pitch there from Morris. Count runs to 1-2. Well, regardless if you think these pitches are outside or not, if you're the Braves, you know what the strike zone is, and you got to be ready to protect.
Yeah, most certainly. And again, as I was saying, you know that the strike zone is big. You got to protect here and just know the situation. 2 strikes.
Knapcheck dancing with a big lead forces Morris to think about him a little extra and take a step off the rubber. A ball and 2 strikes. Right center field gap is wide open. Wimmer wants to choke up and shoot it the other way. He does shoot it the other way. This one is heading to foul territory and does just land. Outside the fence, a ball and 2 strikes to Braylon Wimmer.
And that was a good job of protecting the plate, especially down 1-2 with this strike zone. You never know what that call could be. So shoot it the other way, and like you said, Reeves, he choked up on it and just pushed what he didn't exactly consider his, just out of play, and settle in and take what else you can get.
Wimmer has already improved upon his .278 average that he had coming into the game today. Looking to add a 3rd hit against the tough lefty in Morris. Knapp leads 1-2. Breaking ball. I do not believe he went. Oh, they say he did. There's just no way that Braylon Wimmer went around there. Some very questionable calls from the umpiring crew here this half inning. And the Braves are getting robbed right now.
Yeah, and this is as vocal as I've heard the Bourne Braves fan base. They are not happy about these calls. And, even from our angle, that it just seemed like the wrong call there.
Yeah, Harvey Shapiro is voicing his opinions along with Ed Marco. Umpires had to say something to the Braves dugout as Colby Thomas, slow chopper over to 3rd. This one shoots foul. Well, Colby Thomas has found himself over and over and over again in these types of situations. So obviously the baseball gods giving him plenty of opportunities. And boy, did he take advantage of one of those on Monday night. I would say quite maybe the signature moment of the season.
I would say that or Caden Wallace's poke over the right fielder against Hyannis here at Dorn Park.
Just because they came back in that game.
Yes, exactly. And even, to walk it off with a solo home run, that was an absolute laser. I don't think it got much higher than the foul pole out there in left. But Colby Thomas just in the last 10 days has had 3 home runs and 10 RBIs, and his hot streak continues, and there doesn't look like there's any chance of subsiding. He, as you mentioned, Reeves, he's coming into this game batting .237. He's a bit quiet today, as is a decent amount of this lineup. Christian Knapczyk, but really the guy who is holding up this lineup at the top.
1-1, and Thomas shoots it back to the screen. 1-2. Knapczyk at second, Anderson at first. Here in the late Bourne night after about an hour-long lightning and rain delay. Combination of both. 1-2. That hit Thomas right on the arm. A little bit of a dead arm right there. Colby should be able to shake it off. He'll jog on down to first, and Joe Lampe will have the bases loaded with 2 down. What a situation here for the Braves. They have left a lot of runners on here thus far, but a chance to right the ship with 1 AB.
That is a stinger, but again, that's a huge break for the Braves to have a bases-loaded situation against Colby Thomas, who is down in that count. That was a 1-2 count, and he was able to still get on base. That's huge, especially for Joe Lampe, who's 1 for 2 on the day to be up.
Joe Lampe at the plate. A lefty-lefty matchup with Morris, the Razorback, against Lampe, the Sun Devil. The lefty kicks and fires, and Lampe watches a fastball called strike. 0-1. The outfield shading Joe very well to the opposite field. But if Lampe's able to poke one down, the Braves would tie it and potentially take the lead, depending on if Anderson could score from second base. A 1 breaking ball dives away. A pivotal moment here in this game, bottom of the 7th inning.
With 2 outs, and we've gotten the only run off of 2 outs from Braylon Wimmer, and Joe Lampe understands the situation. You're not going to get a lot of these bases-loaded situations down by 1 coming up in this game. You need to jump all over this.
1-1. That's outside. Braves would gladly take a walk. Anything they can do to tie this game, Moylan on deck. Outside of Tanner Schobel, the bottom half of this Braves order has struggled tonight. Great pitch, called strike there to Lampe. Count even here at 2-2.
Yeah, this is a situation where he needs to choke up and realize that you're probably not going to be walked at this point, and you need to have your mindset that hit is first.
And Morris, who had very good strikeout to walk numbers with the Razorbacks, wasn't going to offer many free passes, especially with the bases juiced. Lampe ready, 2-2, that's high, now the count runs full, and the merry-go-round will be off with the pitch. Every one of these runners will get a head start, and if Lampe's able to split the gap, well, these bases just might be cleared. Knapczyk at third, Anderson at second, Thomas from first all take their lead. Now they're on the move. 3-2, it misses outside. And Joe Lampe with a patient and great at-bat, and it pays dividends as the Braves tie it up.
How about that? I mean, I even was put to shame right there. I said Joe Lampe should probably think hit first, and he just worked the count as well as he could. And how about that? The Braves tie it up with a bases-loaded walk.
Knapczyk comes in to score as Harvey Shapiro is going to talk things over. We're going to have a pinch hitter. Zach Agnos, a Pirate for a Pirate. Agnos will pinch hit for Moylan.
Zach Agnos, who also was wearing these headsets just moments ago, and now he has an opportunity with 2 outs coming off the bench tonight to step in and make a real difference against our East Division counterparts.
Speed on the base paths for the Braves. Righty-lefty, Braves going with the favorable matchup against Morris. First pitch, and Agnos was free swinging, tried to ambush a fastball, but couldn't get a piece of it.
Yeah, that's probably the one you want. About mid-high, just in his sweet spot, and he wasn't able to make contact. You just got to dig in and look for that pitch again.
0-1 the count. Outfield playing Agnos straight up. Hugging the line and right is Marcano. Zach, a notorious opposite field hitter, although his only home run at the home park here at Doran came via a shot that went over the batting cages. His other home run came at Falmouth early on in the season, an opposite field line drive over the right center field wall. He's down 0-2 here. Braves trying to take the lead after already tying it, thanks to a Lampy walk. 0-2. Zach swinging and fouling it back, and that'll go out of play. A full moon tonight here at Doran. After the rain subsided, skies cleared and expected to stay that way all the way through tomorrow, with Sunday calling for rain. But at least the forecast, great for the rest of the night, great for tomorrow at Chatham. Morris ready, 0-2. Agnos, line drive to second. That's going to short hop Chatagnier, but the throw over to first takes care of Agnos. A tricky play for the Orleans second baseman. And after he committed an error in the inning that scored Knapczyk, the Braves take advantage of it on a Joe Lampy bases-loaded walk, and the Braves had tied things up here as we welcome you back up here into the broadcast booth. And Calvin, obviously we talked about the trouble for these Braves pitchers when it comes to can they go back in after a rain delay and how tough that can be for these pitchers. Calvin, obviously, what is that like for Braves pitchers to experience that, and how can obviously, that affect a pitching staff and a pitcher once they are, back into a game? Cade Smith back on against Tyler Locklear. First pitch strike, good pitch from Cade. Some technical difficulties once again down there with Calvin. Hoping to get all that sorted out and send it back to him after this half inning. 0-1. They appeal down to first. Well, it looked like Locklear went around further than Braylon Wimmer did, but no call. 1-1. Chopper that hit Locklear in the box. But obviously, we discussed that, Daniel, obviously with would we see Ben Etheridge back in the game? And we were thinking potentially so. Obviously, that all depends on how Etheridge feels, but hard for a pitcher to get loose, get warmed up, and then come back into the game after an hour-long delay. This one roped to short, but look at that friendly hop to Knapczyk. Throw across his body, and Rushing can't dig it at first. Locklear has to dive back into first now after he took the turn to second, but no throw from Peter Burns. Should go as a base hit, and does.
Really tough play from Christian Knapczyk, and yeah, Cade Smith actually he's looking pretty good to me. Just is dialed in a little bit. That is an unfortunate hit against him from Walker. That's his second. He's adding on to that home run that he had a handful of innings ago. But in this game, Cade Smith just needs to calm down. And Etheridge was pitching well. It's just a matter of can you get back into that mindset of taking over on the bump.
Braves expecting a bunt attempt here from Jared McKenzie. He's 0 for 3. Now 3 for his last 31 at the plate. So very well could have the bunt signal on to at least get an Orleans Firebird into scoring position. Is squaring around early. Gets it down, pops it up, but that one unplayable in foul territory. This is nothing new for the Braves. Have had quite a few rain delays here at Doran Park in which they have had to play late into the night, including their game against Falmouth on Wednesday getting delayed to start. Well, there wasn't much rain, just a sprinkle, but they were expecting heavier stuff. It never came. That one a called strike, outer half. Good pitch there from Cade Smith. It's 1-2. Obviously, that was the game that wasn't even expected to be played. But weather cleared out, and we were able to get the full 9 innings in, which Falmouth took that game 4-2. 1-2. That one is hit over to the left side. Almost a great catch by Pedro, the Bourne Braves photographer.
Well, we have the infield, the middle of the infield pinched, and Christian Knapczyk and Tanner Schobel looking for that double play ball. But as you mentioned, this is McKenzie who struggled at the plate as of late.
Yeah, just trying to do anything he can to stay alive. Obviously not going to have the bunt sign on, but 2 strikes, especially after he popped up his first attempt and took the second one for a called strike on a pitch ideally you could bunt down the third base line. So McKenzie will be swinging away, chopping this one over the head of Cade Smith. There's Knapczyk. Beautiful backhand throw to first, too late. And the first 2 runners have reached on infield singles. And this goes back to the first inning for Cade. Just bad luck. He's making great pitches, but Orleans finding ways to get on base.
Yeah, 2 times that Christian Knapczyk had to go with the backhand. And, maybe this wet grass is just slowing down the ball a little bit, not giving the infield too much time to gun it over to first. I think there was some hesitancy as far as if he was going to try and turn that double play. But just like that, 2 men in black on the base path.
And here is Corey Acton, who came into pinch run for Trey Harmon. Now Acton shows bunt. This would be the ideal situation to get it down. He pops it up right back to Cade Smith. He was thinking about for a minute going back to second for the double play, lost his footing. He's good to go, but a big out there as Acton pops up the bunt. As Harvey Shapiro wants to go check on Cade Smith. As Cade says he's good, but nonetheless, they'll go check.
Yeah, good play by Cade Smith. Everyone knew what was happening there, and he was looking for second base, trying to catch him with a lead and pick him off there, but we'll take the first out. There's still a double play situation, and with a slow moving grass, with all the wet and moisture that came throughout the Cape, actually. And, you look down and up and down the scoreboard, Hyannis losing to Catuit 6-1. Obviously 2-2 here. The Falmouth Commodores defeated the YD Red Sox, and the Harwich Mariners defeated the Wareham Gatemen, meaning if we win tonight, then that means that we are confirming our position above the Wareham Gatemen.
Absolutely. Just furthering that lead from first to second place. Here's Mickness, the Orleans catcher downstairs. Good stop by Peter Burns. Well, the Braves were helped out in a major way by that popped-up bunt by Acton. The prime situation for the Firebirds to be in great position to take the lead as Mickness grounds this one to first. Rushing keeps it in front of him, has one play at the bag, and advances the runners, but the Braves now have 2 outs.
Good play by Dalton Rushing, because if that one gets by him, that is at least 1, maybe 2 Firebirds coming in across the plate, as Colby Thomas would have had to come a long way from out there in right field. And now we're just 1 out away from stranding 2 in scoring position. This is a big moment for Cade Smith, and I think Harvey Shapiro might think it's an opportunity for someone else. He's going to come out to the mound here.
Yeah, Harvey Shapiro looking to make a change to the bullpen, and he will. We'll tell you about the new Braves pitcher coming in with a second and third jam when we come back to Dorn Park. Back up here in the broadcast booth. We'll send it down to Calvin here with the pitching change. Calvin, I know we were talking about this, but how tough is it for a pitcher who obviously came in before a rain delay? How tough is it for them to get warmed back up and to come back into a game? And then also talk about how does this affect the Braves' rotation for the rest of the weekend with them having to use now multiple pitchers when they were hoping to ride Etheridge into potentially Eric Adler. So talk about how that changes things for the Braves this weekend.
Well, Reeves, it's definitely going to shake things up because coming into this night, you thought you'd get, the 4 or 5 innings from Austin Parsley, then potentially Ben Etheridge for 3 or 4 innings. But obviously with the 1-hour rain delay, Ben Etheridge 2 outs into his appearance, had to come out of the game. You don't want him sitting around for an hour, then trying to get re-loose and come back into the game. And Reeves and I, we talked about this on our rain delay talk. What would the move be? And Harvey Shapiro goes to the bullpen, brings in Cade Smith. Now, you expected to get 3 or 4 innings from Ben Etheridge. What you didn't expect is Cade Smith, whose longest appearance this season hasn't been over an inning, to come out and give you 2 solid innings, which he did. And now Eric Adler comes in. We haven't seen him get a 4-out save this season. Now, it's not a 4-out save appearance. The Braves don't have the lead, just 2-2. But he will have a chance to win it if he can get this big out here, because the Braves need a big out. Runners on second and third, 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning. The Braves need a big out, so you go to your best arm out of the bullpen, and that's been Eric Adler, who's been on lockdown all season long. So the Braves go to Adler here, try to get a big out, and hopefully produce some runs in the bottom half of the 8th inning to send Eric Adler back out. And it still wouldn't be a safe situation. He would just pick up the win, but he has 6 saves on the season. He's had the 9th inning on lock all year long. So that's the mentality with this pitching staff right now. What Harvey Shapiro does in the coming days, well, time will tell that, but Ben Etheridge, getting 2 outs tonight should be good to go again back on Sunday. So the pitching, that's the situation right now. How it plays out this week and the rest of the week, we'll have to wait and see. But guys, back to you.
Back up here in the booth, Reeves Jackson, Daniel Coates. Daniel, this is unfamiliar territory for us. The Braves are seeing Eric Adler here in the top of the 8th inning, his first appearance that has not come in the 9th inning.
And even you said it best. Is this Eric Adler? It's not the 9th inning, but this is his 12th appearance. He's coming with a 0 ERA. He has not let up a run, and he is about as dominant a pitcher as you were going to see on this Bourne Braves roster. And we talked about him earlier. He's kind of been not undervalued, but not as talked about really as maybe we should. This is going to be the 12th time we've seen him, and he still hasn't let up a run. I mean, that is impressive stuff. The only real time that we saw him struggle was the home opener against the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, where he walked a couple, got a man, a tying run towards third, and he finished him off with 2 strikeouts in a row, but he's coming in. I wonder if this is just trying to get out of this one situation and we'll see someone else.
Jeff Costello, the pinch hitter for Marcano, first pitch slider. Boy, is that nasty, strike 1. I could also see a scenario in which they would keep Adler in for the 9th just to preserve the tie, unless the Braves took the lead, and then Adler would be in a save situation, or give the Braves a chance to walk it off in the 9th, depending on how quickly he can get through Costello. 0-1, fastball. That is sent away, foul. Eric Adler has the possibility of coming in and getting Costello on just 3 pitches, but I could very well see this being an extended outing for Adler, the first one we would see from him this season. Harvey Shapiro calling on his 9th inning man. An inning early. Can Adler get the job done? 0-2, fastball misses away.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I mean, I thought that was a good spot, maybe just a bit outside, but with the way that this game has been umped, you got to imagine that should have been a called strike, and I think Eric Adler thought that too.
Yeah, there's definitely been calls like that have been called a strike today. That one might have been a little off the plate, but as far as the consistency goes, 1-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Adler comes in and gets the job done. He strikes out Costello and strands 2 Orleans Firebirds at 2nd and 3rd. The Braves leave 2 on and head to the bottom of the 8th, looking to take the lead. Eight, 9-1 for the Braves, still against Zach Morris, Tanner Schobel, Peter Burns, and Christian Knapczyk. 8-9-1. First pitch changeup. Strike 1. Braves looking to get a run on the board and then have Eric Adler come back out there and slam it in the 9th.
We're looking right down the barrel of another 2-2 draw, and not if Tanner Schobel has anything to say about it here.
Yeah, obviously, the Braves with the final of Orleans, as you mentioned, with that 2-2 tie they had back at Eldridge Park a few weeks ago. Braves back in Orleans on Monday at the beautiful field. It is right on the road, 1-1. Schobel with a drive into center field. Back goes DeLauder. DeLauder still on the run. That ball is going to hop over the fence for a ground rule double. Or is it gone? They say it is gone. And Tanner Schobel has just given the Braves the lead. And now some confusion on whether that ball left the yard or not. Umpires are going to converge here, but as of now, Tanner Schobel has hit his 3rd home run of the season. This is a crucial call. I thought it bounced off the warning track, but who knows if that one actually went over the wall. They're going to send Schobel to second. It's going to be a ground rule double. Daniel, I think the umpires made the right call here.
I think so too. He hit that as hard as possible, and from my vantage point, it looks like it bounced and went over. But I was surprised that was even in question because Tanner Schobel, I think that looked like off the bat it had the most power I've seen in a while. And if anything, the power to get it out of here in center field at Bourne.
And Joe Sullivan just looked up to me and said, Reeves, you had the better vantage point. What was it? And I said, Joe, it was a ground rule double. But it's all right. We got a runner at second and nobody out. So Braves with a prime opportunity. Peter Bourne squares around to bunt and takes a ball.
I like this move, though, from Harvey Shapiro.
Love it. Kevin Graber giving Coach Harvey Shapiro the batting helmet. Don't know how many times Harvey has gone to third with the hat on, but he's now protected. But what a drive from Schobel. DeLauder had no chance to get that baby. 1-0. Pete swinging away. Believe he held up. He definitely did. And a good call from the third base umpire. Braves celebrate a call that goes their way.
Oh, man.
This is a fun team.
Yeah. They're as entertaining off the field as they are on the field, that's for sure.
Peter squares around and takes away 3-0. Yeah, when they called Schobel's ball out of here, I was like, I can tell you, I've seen a lot of deep balls hit to center. I don't think that one was further than the one Anderson had earlier.
I was actually waiting for it to hit off the shack in
yes.
center field. I was waiting for the sound of a baseball off wood.
3-0. Peter Burns will take a strike as Harvey Shapiro gives the signs to Peter Burns, Boston College catcher. Looking to move Schobel to third for the contact king, Christian Knapczyk. That's ball 4 in the dirt. Schobel will stay at second as Mickness didn't have to trail too far to get the loose ball. First and second for the Braves.
Yeah, how about that? Again, another reason why Peter Burns is up there in on-base percentage. He works the count, and even though he didn't move the runner over, he's adding some more artillery for the Braves.
A visit here between Mickness and Morris. There is action in the Orleans bullpen. As Knapczyk will go over and talk to Harvey Shapiro about the plan of attack. Daniel, you're in Harvey Shapiro's shoes here. Do you have Knapczyk lay down the bunt, or do you swing away?
No, you're the leading hitter in all of the Cape. You got to let him swing away, and I think Harvey Shapiro is going to understand that. However, you never know. I've never seen a manager like the bunt more than Harvey Shapiro, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here with Knapczyk.
First and second, infield drawn in over at third is Keishel. Knapczyk lays the bunt down. It's a beauty. He's got a chance to beat it. Keishel throws to first. They got him by a step. Good play. As he was already charging in, Braves opt to bunt. Knapczyk could not have laid down a more perfect one.
Yeah, and although it's not necessarily my first option, now it puts the Braves in such a better position, especially with Max Anderson, who is also in the top 6 of average in this entire league. It's a smart move. That's why Harvey Shapiro has been in this game longer than I have. I'll leave it up to his discretion.
As a visit here from the Orleans coach, likely a pitching change. I'm sure they'll go righty on righty. First, we'll make sure they do, and they do. New pitcher on for Orleans. We'll tell you about him. He'll face Max Anderson with second and third when we come back. Well, with the Braves threatening with runners on second and third, the Orleans Firebirds turning to their all-star, the right-hander Nick Wallerstedt from Arizona State.
Yeah, and actually a native of Tempe, Arizona. We saw him on July 6th in the Tide, 2-2 at Eldridge Park. He pitched a little over 2 innings. He allowed 2 hits and no runs. So the All-Star looking to shut the door, but 2 men are on base, and Max Anderson, who's 5th in the league in average with a .303 average.
Yeah, Anderson, one of the better situational hitters on the Braves, has 7 RBIs, infield drawn in. First pitch, breaking ball, line into left field, base hit. Coming in to score is Joel. Peter Burns will be held up, and the Braves have taken the lead here with a clutch first pitch single from Max Anderson.
And there we go. We tipped the scale. Max Anderson again coming up in the clutch. Another reason why he was the Big Ten Freshman of the Year. He just puts an absolute beating on the ball, and we still have a first and third situation with only 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th.
It'll be Dalton Rushing to face Wallerstedt. And they will intentionally put Rushing aboard. How about this? To load the bases. I get what they're trying to do here, trying to get a force at any base. And if so, can turn the double play or have a force at home if it's hit to a corner spot.
This is the first time that we've seen this all season. It just goes to show how much they respect Dalton Rushing. Braylon Wimmer, I mean, you're trading one for the other.
You're not getting an easier task.
It's not that much easier facing the South Carolina Gamecock.
And if you're Braylon Wimmer, you got to have a chip on your shoulder saying, all right, you want to walk in? Well, now you got to go through me. So Braylon trying to prove something here. Corners will play in infield, middle infield that is, will pinch to play for the double play. Burns at third, Anderson over at second and Rushing at first. And Wimmer takes a slider that misses away. 4 strikeouts for Wallerstedt in that July 6th outing against the Braves. As you mentioned, allowed 2 hits. And the first pitch he saw to Anderson, a breaking ball that got too much of the plate, and he rifled it into left. 1-0. That's away. So the Braves obviously giving themselves a situation no matter what. Expected to see Eric Adler with nobody throwing in the Braves' pen. It appears regardless it's Adler's to finish.
Mm-hmm. I like that move too. You know, he wasn't out there too long. He's your best pitcher coming in to close. Let him do what he does.
2-0. Wimmer, broken back grounder up the middle. Fielded on the bag, throw to first. It is scooped out over there by Locklear. Blackwell with a 6-3 double play. And what a break for the Firebirds. But the Braves get their run on a Max Anderson RBI single. Eric Adler coming in to close the door in a 1-run game when we come back. Back here from Doran Park, Eric Adler on for the 9th inning after getting a big out in the top of the 8th. After the Braves got a run thanks to a Max Anderson RBI single, Adler's got 9-1-2. And to tell you about Adler trying to slam the door for the Braves, I turn it over to Daniel Coates.
And this is his 12th appearance. The first time that we saw him was last inning out of the 9th inning. This entire season he's been solely dealing in that half inning. But he is going to try and elongate his performance, and what a better player to put in this type of situation. Up by 1 at home, Military Appreciation Night. Friday night against the East Division Orleans Firebirds, who now sit at 10-10-4. This would tip the scale for them and put them in the losing column if we're able to hold on. But Eric Adler has not let up a run, and yet another opportunity for him to close the door and get us to win number 20.
Yeah, trying to pick up the save is Adler. Hoping he can do it here.
Fouled off. This is the 9-spot hitter, Benjamin Blackwell, who singled back in the 5th. He flew out to center and most recently struck out.
Adler on the season, Daniel, 23 strikeouts in 11 1/3 innings. Unbelievable numbers as he struck out Costello, the pinch hitter for Maricano. Just a strike-throwing machine.
The 0-1. Another foul ball and ahead. Just like that, Eric Adler has the advantage. The 1-spot hitter, Chatinier, on deck. Behind him, Keischel. Adler ready to deal. That breaking ball just missed. Oh, I thought that was good, Reeves.
Yeah, just missed off the plate. But a good pitch from Adler. And Blackwell 0 for his last 12, as you mentioned, coming into the game. He's 1 for 3, though, today.
1 for 2. Another foul ball on what has turned into a crisp and cool night. I didn't think I'd be needing my quarter zip tonight, but the rain brought the cold weather for sure.
Yeah, 66 degrees. Expected to get down to 61 tonight as well.
1-2. Ooh, another tough call on the outside corner. 2-2, and just like that, Blackwell's battling back.
Yeah, those are good pitches, but they are indeed off the plate. Trying to get Blackwell to chase. Adler might have to come at him with something right here. Got to trust your fastball for Eric. Power him up.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Blackwell. Eric Adler strikes out the first batter he sees, and he'll have to deal with the first 2 in the top of the order. Peyton Chatinier behind him, Luke Keischel, but Chatinier doubled and scored back in the 7th. That was his first hit of the day. He's 1 for 3. He walked back in the first batter seen in this entire game. Can the Braves hold off the Firebirds with another example of late game heroics? 3-2 in the top of the 9th. That breaking ball drops right into the zone. He found the zone. Decided to go at Chatinier with the breaking ball. Again, Chatinier 1 for 3 on the day. And he scored that second run for the Firebirds tonight. 0-1. Another breaking ball, and how about that? A 95-mile-per-hour fastball that looks effortless, complemented with that type of breaking ball. I mean,
it's unfair.
It's unfair. An 0-2 to the 1-spot hitter. Adler in his vintage stance before delivering. That 0-2 just getting a bit ahead of himself there. That was a quick release, 1-2. Chatinier stays alive. The Braves faithful have stayed here. Gotta tip your cap to those who battled through the rain. The 1-2. That one's taken high and deep to left field. Could it tie the game? It does. Goodness gracious. Chatinier just took that one for a ride, and that is the first ball that we've really seen hit the barrel of the bat off a pitch from Eric Adler, and we have a tie game on our hands. Solo shot for Peyton Chatinier, and this defense for the Braves looks shell-shocked. That is the first run allowed by Eric Adler this season. I mean, that was an absolute rocket, no doubter. That's the type of velocity off the bat that you're going to get from the velocity that Eric Adler provides.
Wow. Peyton Chatinier absolutely turned around 95 and sent it over the Braves bullpen.
Here comes Luke Keishel with only one out in the top of the ninth. The tie game and will look to be a sure win with Eric Adler and has turned into holding on for a tie or better.
Yeah, I think stunned is the right word. Obviously, we talked about it, in the beginning of the game today, and even as he came in the eighth, that I feel like we don't say enough good things about Adler because we almost come to expect it. Just his first run of the season and his 12th appearance, that is incredible.
That 1-1's taken Christian Knapczyk's way. The throw, they call him safe. Boy, oh boy, an infield single, and the wet grass not helping the Braves here.
Yeah, bang play at first. I think he did beat the throw barely. It was, as I mentioned, bang, as soon as he got to the bag at first, the throw was in the mid of rushing, so about as close as you can call it. But you got to trust Adler here. Obviously, he's one of your best pitchers. Trust that he can get out of this here, but he's got one of the league's toughest hitters in DeLauder.
Good pitch from Eric Adler to start things off against DeLauder. At first base now, we have Luke Keishel, who beat out a ground ball Christian Knapczyk's way, 0-1 here.
Just unfortunate, though, for Adler that first run of the season came when only up by a run. And now, obviously, Daniel, that last inning for the Braves looming so largely right now. Bases loaded, one out. And Braylon Wimmer grounds into the double play ball. The move by intentionally walking Dalton Rushing pays dividends for Orleans. It didn't seem to be that big at the time just because Eric Adler's been so locked down. You almost expect him to come in and get the first 3 outs of an inning.
Just like that.
And Chatinier, a fastball that caught way too much of the plate. And even Adler has had those pitches this year, but hitters have been tardy, and they haven't been able to turn around those fastballs. But Chatinier was well ahead, sitting dead red, and jumped on it.
2-1. Just like that, a 3-1 count. Eric Adler to Chase DeLauder.
Well, regardless, the Braves are obviously going to get another at-bat in the bottom of the ninth. So Braves bats will have to go back to work, whether it's tied with the chance to walk it off or whether they're trailing, trying to come back and tie or win it.
3-1. That pitch hits the outside corner. Full count and a payoff pitch. Keishel at first. A tense atmosphere here at Doran Park. Full count in what has felt like a marathon game tonight. And that's going to be ball 4. 2 Firebirds on base now, and Eric Adler is going to have to work out of some sticky situations he's being faced with.
Yeah, I'd imagine Ed Marco would go have a conversation with Adler right now, and it looks like he will.
Number 28, Tyler Locklear.
Eric Adler has thrown 23 pitches, 14 of them strikes, 9 balls. That was a walk to the home run leader for the Cape.
Yeah, that's got to be approaching his season high. The only other outing I can think of was the season opener when he had the bases loaded jam against the Harbor Hawks. But here for Eric, just uncharacteristic of what we're used to seeing, although a home run against the closer isn't far-fetched in any realm of possibility. It's obviously part of the job. You're not going to be perfect every night. Eric has been undoubtedly the best pitcher on this team this season.
Yeah, no doubt. And in a way, it's almost realizing how special what he has done.
Yeah, absolutely. That kind of puts it in perspective.
It puts it in perspective. It's almost as if we took it for granted in a way. But Eric Adler looking to refresh here, and, we're not losing. It's a tie game.
And we still got another chance to hit.
We still have a double play scenario, and we still have a chance to hit. But the Firebirds have put one on the board, tying us after a home run by Peyton Chatinier, the leadoff hitter for this lineup. And here comes Tyler Locklear, who has homered. Swing and a miss off a nice-looking breaking ball from Eric Adler. That is a filthy pitch.
That is a beautiful pitch. Obviously, you can see why Chatinier was an all-star for the Firebirds. When you can turn around 95 like that.
The 0-1. That one's in the dirt. Good stop by Peter Burns, ACC to ACC from the pitching mound to behind the plate. Keishel dancing with that lead back there at second base. 1-1. One out. There he goes, swinging in a foul ball, and boy, he got a really good jump there. Keishel was off to the races. It looked like he was close to taking third.
Yeah, if he didn't swing at that Locklear, Keishel would have had third with ease.
1-2, one out, top of the ninth. Tyler Locklear looking to play hero for the Orleans Firebirds, who have already come back to tie it off a Peyton Chatinier solo shot over the left field wall. 1-2. That's going to be taken to right field. It's going to be high and deep. Here comes Colby Thomas. It's going to be in foul territory, and it drifts just over the fence in foul territory, out of play.
Well, I think the one thing we learned about Eric Adler tonight is that he's human after all. Because he was doing some unhuman-like things on the pitching mound with the statistics that he was putting up, and still is, but surrendering that first run. Obviously an inopportune time, but I guess there really never is an opportune time to give up a home run.
Maybe with that 10-4 lead.
Yeah, you're
right.
You're
Harwich, but and Peter Burns wants to go have a word. 1-2 count. Men on first and second. Tyler Locklear at the plate. He's homered already. That was back in the fourth, and that gave the Firebirds their lead. A quick discussion at the mound, and Eric Adler is back in it. Tyler Locklear on the night for the Firebirds is 2 for 4, including a base knock, single, and a homer in the fourth. 1-2, one out. And he tries to check Keishel over there at first, or at second, I should say. 1-2 from the stretch. The delivery is battled off. It'll stay at 1-2. Locklear staying alive and not giving in to Eric Adler here.
Yeah, just a nice job by Locklear, somehow able to get a piece of these breaking balls that Adler is throwing. See what Eric comes with here. Locklear's been on the fastball from the Braves pitching staff today, so I don't know if Eric will go back to the fastball here, if he wants to triple up with breaking balls.
1-2. Adler, it goes over to Agnos. He goes to second. He has him at second. Decides not to throw. Good job by Tanner Schobel to hold up there because Keishel looked like he might have been rounding third. We have 2 outs, men on first and third. Locklear grounds out to the newly added Zach Agnos at third.
Yeah, nice job there by Agnos. Obviously, in that situation, you want to try to throw it around the horn and turn the double play. Chopper was a little slow over there to Zach. Made a nice running throw over towards Schobel. And a smart play by Tanner to keep it in his back pocket as the Braves will try to get Jared McKenzie. McKenzie singled in his last plate appearance. That was off of, I believe, Cade Smith.
First pitch right into the glove of Dalton Rushing. How about that? Dalton Rushing snags it from going on the ground. And he might have just saved this game. How about that play? Dalton Rushing saving the day and securing a tie at the very least. The Bourne Braves will not lose here at Doran Park, but they very well certainly could win.
The right fielder from Mercer University, number 8, Colby Thomas.
Colby Thomas again is presented with a prime opportunity. 3-3 tie game at Doran Park. Friday night military appreciation night. And the man who we've already seen late night heroics from has an opportunity, and a rare one at that, to do it for a second time.
Boy, oh boy, wouldn't that be fun? Against Nick Wallerstedt, all-star for the Firebirds.
First pitch swinging, Colby Thomas. Looks like he was all over that one. He was hit by a pitch in his last appearance in the 7th. The 0-1, Wallerstedt. That breaking ball drifts too far high. 1-1 with Joe Lampe on deck. Behind him is Zach Agnos.
Yeah, you could tell Colby on that first pitch fastball wanted all of it and then some.
1-1. Check swing foul. Protecting the plate, but it's still 1-2. How about that catch from Dalton Rushing at first? I mean, about as clutch.
Game-saving. Game-saving.
About as clutch defensively as you can see. 1-2.
Yeah, that catch was incredible. He was playing even with the bag, holding the runner on, and just speared it.
1-2 is taken behind the backstop over the press box. Well high foul. And it just landed. Unbelievable. No one on in the bottom of the 9th, 3-3. The Mercer Bear could play hero again. The 1-2. Breaking ball on the inside. Great eye. Colby Thomas stays alive, 2-2.
Yeah, Colby has a flair for the dramatic, so do the Braves. Obviously responded with the run that Orleans scored in the 7th with a run of their own.
Colby chops one down the third base line, fielded cleanly. Can he beat it out? No. A big reach from Colby Thomas. Unable to do it. Keishel with a routine ground ball to third base. Can't beat the speedy Colby Thomas. Joe Lampe now faces one out in the bottom of the 9th. The Braves have secured a tie at the very least. They will not go away here without He will not go away here with a loss, I should say. New rules in the Cape. First pitch to Joe is a bit inside.
And Joe, obviously, in a big spot here. Just get aboard and use your speed to your advantage.
Second pitch ball as well, 2-0. Harvey Shapiro giving some direction down the third base line. On deck, Zach Agnos. He has history of going deep. 3-0 count here.
Woo!
Joe Lampe is not a base runner I want to deal with if I'm the Orleans Firebirds.
Not at all. It's the last guy you want on the base paths. He was caught stealing earlier today. I doubt Harvey Shapiro would send him. But you put a ball in the outfield, Joe could be easily on his way to third.
3-0 well inside. That's going to be ball 4. 4 pitches, 4 balls. Zach Agnos due up. Agnos, who grounded to second in his first at-bat of the game, coming in the spot of Joshua Moylan. Tanner Schobel on deck, who showed off his power by sending one all the way to the warning track in dead center field that bounced off the warning track and went for a ground rule double. Lampe now on first. The ECU Pirate has an incredible opportunity on his hands. Ball 1. Wallerstedt is struggling at the moment, just trying to find the zone. That's 5 straight balls in a row.
Yeah, struggling to find the zone right now. And it appears that this outing is his. No action in the Orleans bullpen.
1-0. Good eye again. 2-0 with 1 out, Joe Lampe.
You got to think if you're Wallerstedt, you have not been able to find the strike zone with that breaking pitch. Almost got to challenge Agnos with the fastball because although you fear, Agnos could connect and send one to the gap, can't walk Agnos too if you're Wallerstedt.
Lampe faking going. Down goes the throw. Not in time. Joe Lampe easily safe.
But 3-0 here.
3-0. I got to imagine they're going to be holding off on Zach Agnos, and he will not be going with the swing. On deck, Tanner Schobel. The delivery. Finally finding the strike zone in a 3-1 count. Just like that, the situation changes drastically. Zach Agnos from East Carolina University. 3-1 count against the Arizona State Sun Devil. That's going to be ball 4. 2 Bourne Braves on the base path. It looks like there's going to be a mound visit from the coaching staff. No one warming up in the bullpen.
Yeah, this is Wallerstedt. He's an all-star for a reason. He's just lost touch of his command here in this 9th inning. It's the worst spot to do it, but the Braves needing 1 run to have their 3rd walk-off win of the season. Schobel and Peter Burns. The next 2 hitters. I wonder if the Braves would pinch hit for Peter Burns on deck. Obviously, now that the Braves don't need to play another inning defensively. But as of now, Pete's in the on-deck circle, but the guy in the box, the man of the hour, and Tanner Schobel had that big ground rule double you mentioned to center field. And now with 1 swing of the bat, Daniel, could be the hero for the Braves tonight.
The 19th pitch coming up for Wallerstedt. Tanner Schobel from Virginia Tech with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. 3-3. Looking to avoid a tie game and escape here on this Friday night with a victory. Breaking ball right down the middle, taken by Tanner Schobel, 0-1.
Yeah, nice breaking ball from Wallerstedt. Bound visit obviously helped. Comes back and fires in the breaking pitch he had been unable to throw for strikes with a beautiful pitch on the corner.
The 0-1. foul ball just off the glove, it looks like, or maybe even the hand. Oh, boy.
That hurts if you're Mickness. Get the trainer out there right away.
That did not look pretty, and we hope he's okay, but he's up, and the trainer as well as the manager are out there. It looks like he's trying to shake it off.
My goodness. That is painful right there, I tell you. He's kind of showing the trainer where it got him. Looks like right on the wrist or that hand. That ball, that's worse than getting hit by a pitch sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's point-blank contact and the speed it's coming off the bat. So we hope that Mickness is okay for the Firebirds. But here in the batter's box for the Braves, 2 strikes to Tanner Schobel. Wallerstedt has obviously found his control once again, commanding the strike zone. So if you're Tanner here, you got to be sitting fastball, but adjust to the breaking ball here with 2 strikes. But good to see Mickness up and wants to play catcher with Wallerstedt just to make sure he's good to go.
And he will with an 0-2 count, and Tanner Schobel will have to get back into the mindset. 1 out in the bottom of the 9th, 2 men on. The ASU Sun Devil on second and on the mound. It looks like Mickness is going to be okay. That is a stinger, of course, and
yeah, that'll be a hefty welt tomorrow when he wakes up.
0-2. Tanner Schobel stepping back in and digging into the batter's box. The 0-2. Joe Lampe leading the way at second. Breaking ball a bit too far inside. First ball to Schobel. One, two. One out for the Hokie. That breaking ball just misses high. 2-2, a good eye by Tanner Schobel.
Yeah, I was about to say, better not ring Tanner up there. That was off the plate. Good eye there by Tanner Schobel. Everything boiling down here for the Braves.
Schobel, who's 3 for 4 on the day. He has a chance here to get it done. 2-2. Swing and a miss. That's a strikeout for Tanner Schobel, who's now 3 for 5 on the day. And boy, oh boy, that was a brilliant pitch from Wallerstedt. Peter Burns, the Boston College kid, faces a 3-3 game, bottom of the 9th with a man in scoring position. An opportunity to escape Doran Park with a victory.
Come on, Pete, let's win it.
The catcher takes one inside, a good eye. Mickness looks like he's back to his old self and shook that one off. On deck is Christian Knapczyk. And I mean, this lineup just has no parts in it that I would be wary about going up in this situation. 1-0. That fastball misses inside. 2-0.
Well, the one thing that we have continued to say time and time again about Peter Burns is his timely hitting and getting on base when you need him to. Well, there's no more necessary time than right now. No more timely situation than right now.
2-0. Now 2-1, and Wallerstedt finds the zone again. The Firebirds are sticking with him. 2-1, 2 outs, no action in the bullpen. Will it be win number 20 or will it be tie number 4? 2-1. This one taken behind the net, foul.
Yeah, look at this dugout. Listen to this dugout cheering on Peter Burns. If that doesn't fire you up, I don't know what will. They are top rail, screaming Pete's name. His family's here. Talk about a moment. If Peter Burns can walk this off and send this team home with their 20th win of the season.
2-2, 2 outs. Wallerstedt or Burns, who's it gonna be? That one taken up the middle. Here comes Joe Lampy. Joe Lampy's going to have a clear way to the home plate. Oh, my goodness, the Braves do it again, Peter Burns. How about that? Win number 20 in the most dramatic fashion you can imagine. They swarm Peter Burns, and he gets his first hit of the day in the best time possible.
Unbelievable. Just when you think this team is out of it, they always find a way to show you that they're not. Peter Burns just took a 2-2 breaking ball and laced it up the middle. We talk about it all the time. Peter Burns, the definition of timely hitting throughout the entire season. He might not be hitting over 200, but I tell you, every time he gets a base hit, it is in the most meaningful fashion.
And how about that? That is yet another victory, and victory number 20. 4-3, the Braves escape. And I think escape might be the best word. I mean, they battled back the entire game and were able to tie it up. And the Orleans Firebirds tied it up in just the last inning. And Peter Burns, I mean, we were even talking about a pinch hitter, and he proved to us that he was going to get his first hit in the best time possible.
Unbelievable. Wallerstedt, who was struggling with his command, all of a sudden after that mound visit just found the trick again, was making excellent pitches. Peter Burns fouled off that one-strike fastball, sent it over the screen here, and then gets a 2-2 breaking ball and adjusted, waited back on it, singled up the middle. You're not going to catch Joe Lampy in that situation.
Joe Lampy proves his speed is beneficial in the best ways for the Bourne Braves. And we get win number 20. We are now 23-3 and escape without a tie again for the second time against the Firebirds. We leave Doran Park with a 4-3 victory for Reeves Jackson, this entire broadcast team. We say thank you for sticking with us through the delay, and go Braves.